The Illuminati. The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller. Not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
It's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller. Not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You and
What is up, everybody? This is Silver Spook, and this is the Silver Spook last stream. Yes. Anyways, don't forget everything that we do is supported by the sales of that game Neofeud. That is, it is still on sale, so don't forget if you can pick it up, or if you are interested in cyberpunk games, adventure games, cyberpunk adventure games, and or just supporting Silver Spook education that we do here, the Silver Spook Hui or cooperative. And housing and feed, clothing, and making Neofeud 2, and all the other things that we do here. Consider picking it up, or telling any friends, or picking it up for your friends. And also consider becoming a Patreon supporter to help us out in an ongoing fashion to sustain the work that we do here as indigenous liberators of, or attempting to liberate more people of Hawaii under the ongoing illegal U.S. occupation. And also consider this direct StreamYard's link donation, as well as just sharing the stream around if you don't have any. It's rough economic times for everybody, I know. But yeah, so consider all of that. And thanks for all of the continued help and support that we do keep having here at the Silver Spook Cooperative. What is up, Big Teal? Anyways, so sorry, I'm just getting my thing set up here. We got music on. So today we will be talking about a few things that I wanted to talk about, but one of them is something that will come up, whether we want it to or not, is the fact that there is a huge spill of jet fuel. This topic usually comes up at least once a stream. I drop it in there, but there is a massive U.S. military jet fuel leak happening. Has happened already. It's really an ongoing problem that is with large outbursts, but it's a constant problem of the U.S. military dumping tens of thousands of gallons of jet fuel. The entire Asia Pacific theater of the U.S. Empire's military is years of it for World War II is stored in Hawaii, on Oahu in particular, in an area called Red Hill, in underground tanks. They're currently spilling into the water and poisoning the aquifer. So it is possible at this point that Honolulu, Oahu itself, vast sections of it may become uninhabitable. That sounds hyperbolic, catastrophic. I mean, it might not be that bad. It might not. But the water supply for the entirety of the west, everything east on the south side of Oahu, the most populous area, the city, all the way to the end, Hawaii Kai, the richest areas, which I don't have a lot of love for those people out there. Super wealthy, disproportionately white people out there. I don't really care too much about them, but that's the whole area is currently cut off from the water supply coming from the Red Hill area, central Oahu aquifer. There are multiple aquifers, but this is like the main one that feeds the water supply, like a big percentage of the water for that entire most populous area of Oahu, the island. They are cut off because of the toxicity. The Board of Water Supply was literally crying on TV yesterday, begging people to conserve water. It is a major crisis. This could be the end of Waikiki. This could be the end of Honolulu. I mean, if I was you, I would not be trying to move there. I wouldn't be booking any vacations there. I would be leaving Oahu as fast as possible. My parents are in danger. They are taking this like it's just my dad just makes me so sad. Like, he's defending the U.S. and he's like, oh, it's probably fine. We're fine. I'm like, you're not fine. You're not fine. You're already been poisoned by the chromium-6 and the lead that's already in the ancient, overdue for replacement pipes in Kalihi. And then you have jet fuel in your water. And now they're telling you might not have any water. That's on top of all the other problems that I always talk about in Hawaii. But they're defending it to their death. So deeply colonized. So sad. But yeah, so that's what's happening right now. So that's why I keep sharing it. Before I get into the main topic, I just want to bring that up because it is very much what is happening right now. Of course, we're going to talk about Independence Day and the U.S. myths, but this is one of the myths is that the United States cares about anyone, including its own people, including its own U.S. soldiers, its own Navy, Marines, Air Force, and Army soldiers and troops, and their families, their children. They're all being poisoned right now. Children have been bathed. U.S. military base soldiers have been bathed. The children are been bathed in jet fuel poisoned water. There are rashes on their skin. there are yeah, let's look at it. This is an actual report from the U.S. military base. So yeah, it's U.S. military leaking massive amounts of jet fuel into Hawaii's aquifer, poisoning Hawaiian families like mine, their own U.S. troops. Tap water smelling like gasoline, rashes from bathing in the water, etc. This is from an actual post from a U.S. military family in that Red Hill area of Oahu. The drink of the future, worst. This morning I woke up to the worst smelling tap water. Smelled like I could get 14 miles per gallon. Called maintenance, was told by a lovely gentleman that personally I wouldn't drink that water, bathe or wash or use that water at all. This is from like a week ago. Call back for an update. Of course, I jumped on social media and found that this neighborhood was experiencing a similar smell-induced morning vibe, except some had already bathed their children or given pets morning food and water. Rashes and sickness and complaints stretched through the day. Silence from the housing group and from their bosses. No responsibility, no warning to officially stay away from the water. No email, phone call, paper notice on the door. Son and I ventured to the nearest grocery and lucked into some water. I heard it's a little scarce at some of the other nearby retailers. Yeah, you better get off of Oahu as fast as you can. They're not gonna tell you when it's bad. You're just gonna be drinking gasoline. One of the U.S. representatives, Kai Kahele, was on doing at a military base doing a function. Drank one glass of water, and felt stomach pain and illness the whole day. One glass of water. They're not gonna tell you when you're drinking gasoline or anything else. Or PFAS, gasoline, radioactive waste, stuff that you can't even taste or sense, and it won't let you know until you've already got cancer or you have internal bleeding. So these are not even residents. These are not just native Hawaiians, right? They treat you even worse. If you're indigenous person or just a regular U.S. civilian, a poor person, even a middle class person, even a rich person, millionaires are having their $1 million houses made uninhabitable by this. Don't think that you're exempt just because you're just a middle class suburban. Doesn't matter. These are U.S. military personnel. These are like majors in the U.S. military. This is not even just privates. It's not just privates and corporate. This is like U.S. military. Everyone is forfeit. Everyone is a pawn for the ruling class narco traffickers that run the United States. The billionaire class. Even they are forfeit to each other in inter-Neofeudal rivalries, in inter-Neofeudal, plutocrat, military-industrial complex, hyper-capitalist rivalry. Nobody is safe. You should leave Oahu. You should quit the U.S. military. Your children, if you join the U.S. military, will be poisoned. Your partner, your spouse, your wife, husband, whoever, is forfeit. Everyone is expendable. Everyone will be. Not only are you expendable, you will be expended. Like the slow way, this is the fast way, but there's the slow way. It's called just eating you alive with, capitalism, racialized capitalism, environmental climate destruction. One way or the other, you will be expended, including the U.S. military, service members, even officers. So just remember that. So yeah, this is an actual post from the troop. This is if you live in the pink area. So you see this area here. I don't know if you know about this, but this is Oahu. The vast majority of the I'm just gonna turn this down for a second. The vast majority of Oahu, that is the city area that has the population wise and where people work, is in that red area down there, Honolulu down there. Again, head of the Indo-Pacific Command. I bring it up all the time, but Hawaii's it's literally the head of the Death Star, actually what it is. Especially now at the Asia Pacific theater, attempting to stop the most advanced indigenous socialist civilization on Earth that the world has ever seen from producing global socialism to help you with as you die in your climate racialized capitalism extinction. The U.S. Indo-Pacific Command is headquartered right in that. It's actually right in that red area, by the way, most of it. Pearl Harbor is down there by the Honolulu, where it says Honolulu. You can see that Pearl Harbor airstrip right there. The entirety of that red area is where if you receive in your aquifer, if you receive water from that poison aquifer, you're impacted in that pink area. So that's 400,000 plus people. If you count everybody, my dad actually was working on that military base. My dad, here's something else. My father is a 70-plus-year-old Hawaiian and Asian person who identifies because of his U.S. cultural genocidal brainwashing. He was beaten for speaking Hawaiian and identifying as a Hawaiian. He identifies now as a white man, as a liberal, university-educated white man. And he is working. He was telling me about how terrible it is. He says, like, the gig economy where these big tech apps are farming you out at, like, $7 or $10 as cheap as you can get per hour to be teachers. The teachers are fully Uberized, he was telling me. I didn't even realize how bad it was. I was like, well, Dad, that's terrible. But he's like, America and the U.S. is great, though. It's fine. There's no racism. There was no genocide. Thanksgiving, he was like defending America. I had to hang up on him. I was like, no, I can't deal with you defending your own, person that the empire, the racist, capitalist, slave-backed, democracy-free, rule of law-free, barbaric, global military-industrial complex evil that has erased you, and you're gonna get on the fucking phone with me and defend it as it's poisoning you. He said I couldn't go teach for $10 an hour at the age of 70. I couldn't go Uber substitute teach at a Aliyah Manu elementary school because the U.S. military was poisoning its own children, the troops of its own U.S. children, and the native Hawaiian, brainwashed into being white and loving the U.S. that has left him in a ghetto. I cannot listen to you defend yourself being murdered. And also, at the same time, working for $10 an hour at the age of 70, you're supposed to be retired, you're still working for big tech, like Squid Game style parasitic, hyper-capitalist, private, massive labor value extraction from the teaching that you're still doing at the age of 70. And then say, no, America's fine though. It would never harm us. He's like, I'm sure it's just a little. He was like, it must just be a little mistake. I'm sure it'll be cleaned up anytime now. That's all I can tell the level of whiteness and Americanness somebody still has in them. Is that when I bring this up, people say things like, "Oh, that sounds terrible." I'm sure that the U.S. will clean this up in a few days. I hope it gets cleaned up quickly. I heard somebody say that, and like, they're not gonna clean anything up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Even Canada is letting its indigenous people have black sewage come out of its pipe for decades. I'm sure it'll be. No, it's never gonna be cleaned up. Are you kidding me? Did you think you lived in a country? Did you think you lived in a normal human socialist civilization like China or Vietnam or Cuba? Did you think you had like people that cared about you running things? Is that what you thought? Is that what you? Oh, you must be a very upper middle class white person from fucking some nice Toronto and suburb. You must be a very nice white German person working for fucking the NED, right? Or the U.S. military over there in Berlin with AFRICOM, right? That must, because I mean, unless you're if you're in AFRICOM, you got to be very high up there. You got to be very high up there to not get poisoned for working for the U.S. military. Because the privates, the corporals, and the majors are all fucking expendable. And their children, and their wives, and their husbands, expendable. Again, nothing, no notice, no nothing. Just letting your children drink, letting babies bathe in gasoline-filled water, getting rashes. Just letting the military spouses wash their children in gasoline. No nothing. They were covering it up. The Navy said, no, go ahead, drink the water. The Navy was telling its own officers, troops, the U.S. military telling its own troops, no, drink the water. Go ahead, it's fine. Drink that gasoline. I have jokes about this in Neofeud too, but now I feel like I can't even really make this joke anymore. But it'll be just very dark humor, because this is a joke where people are like literally selling either gasoline filled, alpha testosteronator power. Like, they're selling gasoline as the drink of the future that builds your gains and stuff, like on right-wing podcasts. But I'm like, no, this is just the mainstream United States just telling its own people to drink gasoline, including its military industrial complex stormtroopers. I mean, if you want to have a military that is ostensibly functional, you might want to think about not literally causing gastrointestinal destruction, harm, and murdering their infants, or like causing vast rashes and health impacts. How are you going to have AUKUS submarine and Uyghur bombers over there in eastern Afghanistan, like you still have, right? How are you going to encircle and stop the greatest socialist indigenous civilization that has ever existed, with a run by a communist party that beats the US in every area, right? China. How are you going to stop China and all of the global South and the group of friends? How are you, United States and the Western world power? How are you going to stop it if you're poisoning all of your soldiers? How are they going to go out there and how are all your US military troops and all of the NED and the CIA state-funded fucking cutouts going to go on Twitter, right? And sock puppet retweet Hawaii is the site of the world's largest blizzard to try to, white out your catastrophic fossil. That's what they're doing. I could see it. I could see the CIA fucking cranking. It's like, Radio Free America comes out with, it's like Blizzard comes out of some, State Department cutout, and then you see like Vice, you see CNN, you see BBC. Blizzard in Hawaii. Because at first it's like, you know what it is, because I have this tweet that I put out there. It's got fucking 5,000 plus. This is the most retweeted thing I've ever had, because thank God that there's some percentage of human decency left in the West in English speaking stormtrooper languages. This thing got like 6,000 tweets, and then right after that, like within the next 12 hours, you could see the U.S. Empire. You could see the North Atlantic Council. You could see the G7 going, oh shit, how are we going to maintain our war in China if all our troops quit in the head of the platform to do what? Pop quiz. Why did the United States illegally occupy Hawaii? Right? What was it to provide opportunities to the native peoples of Hawaii? Was it to bring them out of their mud huts into having electricity and roads to drive on? Is that what? Why did the U.S. illegally occupy Hawaii? Remember what I told you? How many times do I have to tell people this? But nobody, not nobody, but I mean most of the world still don't know this or care. Not the Western world. This is why the U.S. went into Hawaii. This is why the U.S. is still in Hawaii. It's to get our share of China. Now it's to stop China from undoing global imperialism, capitalism, colonialism, military-industrial complex, COVID-19, and climate change, because you can't stop those two things, along with economic inequality, without undoing the previous three things, right? So this is why the United States Empire is in Hawaii. Like I said, the people of Hawaii are ants. They're nothing. The soldiers of the U.S. military are ants. You're slightly more decorated ants. That's what a U.S. soldier is. You're nothing to people like Mr. McKinley. You are nothing to people like all the presidents of the United States. You're nothing, and there are even bigger powers like the billionaires behind them. You're nothing to Mr. Zuckerberg. You are nothing to to the Kochs. You're nothing to the CEO of Raytheon. You're nothing to the Halliburton executives that run your commanding officers. You are ants. You are expendable. You will never be cared about. You are a war criminal if you fight for the U.S. military, or you work anywhere along the lines, or any U.S. corporation, government, or the police, the U.S. military, most government organizations, and the corporations, and even the nonprofits in the United States. Most of them are a horrible stealth for profit, capitalist, racist, sexist, wealth-seeking schemes. And you should quit them all. You should quit them all immediately. You should quit being a stormtrooper. Because this is why the United States is in Hawaii. This is why the United States is in Hawaii. Right? This is why the United States is in Hawaii. As a platform to plunder and make war in Asia. Which is half of the planet, by the way. Hawaii, our land is weaponized to launch B-52s into Vietnam to devastate and slaughter billions of Koreans. And McKinley sold the theft of Hawaii to racist Americans with it'll help us imperialize China. He literally sold it to the Americans. That's what he just kind of came out and said that. We'll get our share. Because Britain's got Hong Kong as a platform to make war on China and pillage the fucking planet. And America gets Hawaii. It was really playing catch up with Britain. That's what McKinley was trying to do when the U.S. was still behind Britain in terms of its total full spectrum dominance. There's nothing other than this. It should be clear. It should be very clear. You know, the people like my father, you know what their job is get college educations from Gonzaga University, even left-leaning progressive. It doesn't mean Berkeley. Get college degrees from NYU, Hawaii, University of Hawaii system. Get a degree from Toronto. Even from Oxford. Doesn't matter. There's no such thing as education in the Western world. It's a joke. Get a degree. That's what my father has. He has a master's degree. He's read way more books than me. But he's read brain-poisoned books surrounded by brain-poisoned stormtrooper subjects. And then their job is to defend the United States to themselves, and more importantly, to all the people that read their shitty articles, look at their blue checkmark, read their ridiculous university professor papers about how the United States is such a good person, or I don't know, some of them write some good stuff, and then they do nothing. And then they do nothing, and then they stay silent on China. They stay silent on China because there will not be any. All of the idiot white people showing up and asking me, "Oh my God, Silver Spook, the U.S. government should clean this up." I mean, of course they should. What are they going to clean this up? What are they doing? Why aren't they doing this? I'm just retweeting everybody who quote tweets this kind of stuff because it helps the algorithm, and it makes people more see it, and I want people to see it, right? But I mean, that also tells me that there's. That's about 99% of people sharing this. It's like, how could this happen? How could this happen? Why is this happening? They should clean this up. They must clean this up soon. They're going to clean this up soon. Let me tell you what's going to happen. I'll tell you what's going to happen. Nothing is going to be cleaned up. But nothing is going to be cleaned up. They're going to let it sit, and then they're going to do nothing. They do less. They're going to say they're doing something, and then they do nothing. Just like Biden's saying, we're gonna stop doing vaccine diplomacy, and they're doing like less than 1/4 of what China's done. We're gonna build back better. We don't build back better. They're good. The U.S. I'm gonna watch the U.S. military industrial complex, and the narco trafficking oligarchs, and the Pentagon, the DoD, the Wall Street and the Silicon big tech clowns, and all their G7 friends sipping tea with their fucking Lich Queen, Her Majesty's the Elizabeth aircraft carriers up China's ass right now. I'm gonna watch all of you do nothing. I want to watch America do nothing and kill itself some more. I want to watch you kill your own troops. That's what I'm going to watch them do. This is what you need to know. America is not going to clean anything up ever. China will come to Hawaii and help it clean up when the Belt and Road International Indigenous Anti-Imperialist Nexus and Group of Friends in Defense of the UN motherfucking Charter come through and clean Hawaii. Hawaii and Oahu will die. You should quit. If you're in Oahu, you should get the fuck off that island. You're going to be poisoned. They are not going to tell you. They are not going to tell you when. Like the officers in the U.S. Navy, like the people at Schofield Barracks, like the people in Tripler, like the people getting inspected in the Navy going, you must have a mystery illness. It must just be the flu. It must just be the flu. Everybody in the U.S. military is getting COVID-19. You're going to get Omicron again, and then you're going to have Kawasaki exploding heart disease in your children. You are expendable. You will be killed. You will suffer. Don't ask for the United States to do anything. You make it do anything. It's why I'm waiting for. I'm just waiting for China and a group of friends in defense of the Charter and all as many people as I can fucking educate on this. Nothing will ever be done. The United States is a Gucci if Canada is a 3 oil companies and mining companies in a trench coat with a stupid ass carrying a gun. The United States is a military, a fossil fuel company, and a big tech company wearing a stupid Yankee hat, carrying all the nuclear Army, Air Force, Navy, and cyber warfare weapons. Thank God that they're rusting and old now, but they have way too many of them. And that's all the United States is. It's as I said in the previous stream about Cowboy Bebop, the United States is a cartel with 0.001% of the biggest gang, people running the biggest gang, and everyone that works for the United States is a hitman, an assassin, or a thug. Whether you have a university degree and you're writing
apologist nonsense about why Thanksgiving is okay and America is okay and all this genocide is okay, and you're silent on China, and we have to help our poor Uyghurs to back United States further encirclement of China. You are a stormtrooper and you should quit. You're a terrible person. You should quit. You're a coward. And also, the US is going to murder you. It's not going to do anything. It's never going to do anything. Biden is not going to do anything. Tucker Carlson and Ron DeSantis, Republicans, are going to run next 2024. They're going to win. And then you're going to die some more. You're going to get fucked some more. You're going to get fucked some more. That's what's going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. You got to accept that. And then you got to like figure out where the fuck you got to work to get if everybody in the United States could accept that there is no such thing as freedom, justice, democracy, human rights, and all these things, and then get fucking real and support the indigenous people and the international fucking Belt and Road motherfucking initiative. The only thing that will clean up the Bowater Advisory in Canada is the Belt and Road, and China is helping the indigenous people in Canada. I predict that. There will never be any progress for that rotten water and that rotten infrastructure in Canada either. You're all gonna burn. You're all gonna burn. And then you're gonna have Nazis. You're gonna have President Trump already beats Biden. That's what you're gonna get in 2024. So get fucking real. Now this is like the more full silver spoon, but you know, but that's what's gonna happen. But this is coming off of a lot of frustration listening to my fucking father defend his own erasure. You know your wife is 70 years old, yeah? You know you fucking at least feel bad for your wife who has to straighten her hair because she was told she's an ugly Hawaiian. And she's also working till she dies for your fucking $20,000 a year private school future Musk education facility. My parents are teachers that are paid enough to live in a fucking toxic ghetto their entire life. They're the fourth generation Neofeudal genocided Hawaiian, killed the Indian, save the man projects that are rotting away in a falling apart house with a falling apart street, with a falling apart water system, being treated like garbage by the Catholic Church that they fucking love to the Catholic Church that broke my mother's fucking hand for speaking Hawaiian, that they love. They're like Stockholm Syndrome. And they're gonna die there. That's why I said they're gonna die. I'm just waiting for them to die there. You know? Part of me just wants them to fucking die in Oahu already, so I can stop waiting for them to die. Because they're gonna die there. Then I'll have to call my father up and listen to him defend his genocide and his wife's his wife's racist abuse. His fucking Hawaiian boss is telling my Hawaiian mom, you need to straighten your hair. You need to get a better car because you look poor and brown. You fucking N-word. And my dad will come back and be like, oh no, they're not racist. Oh, America's not racist. No, you see, there were some good Christian Puritans. They just wanted, to live by the gospel. That's what he was telling me. I said, fucking no. You are fucked. Quit the U.S. military. If you're in the United States, you're fucked. If you're in Canada, you're fucked. If you're in Europe, you're fucked. You're fucked. You're gonna freeze, you're gonna starve, and the water's gonna come out toxic, and you're not gonna have any semiconductors. You're fucked. You gotta accept that. You gotta accept that. That's what this should tell you. You're slightly less fucked if you're white. You're slightly less fucked if you're a man. You're slightly less fucked if you're upper middle class, but you're still fucked. Also, you're a war criminal. Quit the U.S. military, quit the U.S. police, quit the U.S. corporations, quit every bank, quit every fucking thing. Start a motherfucking work in some kind of cooperative faction as fast as you fucking can. And also, tell the truth about all the places that you are not telling the truth about. Now, Twitter is making it very hard. Brian Berletic just got his account deleted. Daniel Dumbro is still up there, I think. There are a lot of people that they're trying very hard to stop this from coming out. Obviously, they didn't stop me yet. That's why I always say, Holly can't post anything to Instagram that has any politics in it. Gets removed until. Here's a pro tip. If you threaten to leave from Twitter to go to Facebook, or Facebook to go to Twitter, Instagram to go to Twitter, Snapchat to go to Twitch, Twitch to YouTube, if you threaten, sometimes they'll quit, because that's how the West is run. That's what it is. It's a bunch of spoiled, rich, white, fucking Western oligarchic pricks trying to get all of the fucking wealth siphoned serfs, slaves, peasants, and temporary embarrassed millionaires into their pocket. There is no government. There is just a bunch of cartel operators. There's a bunch of gangs trying to grab each other's territory. That's all there has ever been in the Western world. There's never been any democracy. There's never been anything. There's been at best some attempts to seem less bad than communist countries like China. But that's the only thing that there's ever been. And only when they're very close, like North and South Korea. South Korea is an atrocity factory, by the way. But they have to make it seem a little better because you're right next. It's in Germany is a place that has some universal healthcare and some universal college because it's right next to East Germany, right next to the communist countries. Without the communist countries, there would be none of this. You'd still be in full-on fucking you'd be so feudalism and slavery. You'd be full mask off racism. The only reason why it's a little mask on racism and Biden doesn't say the N-word all the time anymore is because there exists a China. And there is any comment in Vietnam. There are counter hegemonic forces that are making the Western racist capitalist colonizer murder factory, slave factory, prison house of nations have to act like they're different, but they aren't. They're still neo-colonial WTO fucking IMF loan sending shit. And every white person that throws down for them is a defender of that, is an apologist like my father for them, is a participant in the ongoing genocide, slavery, death, exploitation, and neo-colonial extraction and racialized capitalism. Every time you defend the United States, any European, Canadian, Australian or New Zealand country, you Japan and India, as they participate, you are throwing down with capitalism, racism, genocide, the military-industrial complex. You are anti-climate, you are anti-ecology, you're anti-all life on Earth, all animals, plants, doesn't matter, because that's what these things are all going to destroy. And you're not helping COVID-19. You're a liar, you're a coward, fuck you. Anyway, I'm very pissed off at my father right now. I can't get into another. I got into so many, like when he visited here, we got into all this arguments. He was staying in front of my children that America has no atrocities, never committed genocide. Canada, the Catholic Church, there was just a little tuberculosis, never mind the 7,000 plus bodies exhumed, and mounting of ongoing Canadian genocide. Never mind the massive satellite data. Never mind all of the written mountains of testimonial evidence has been here forever. Never mind the physical evidence. My father still defends the Catholic Church. He said, kids just got a little sick back in the time. Priests would never do that. I can't believe that priests and nurses, I can't believe that Catholics would ever harm children, let alone kill them. It must have just been an accident. Some people just get sick. Sometimes people fall down. Accidents happen. And nothing like that happened in Hawaii. So you're telling me your Hawaiian wife. The sad thing is, he even knows this because he is not identified as a white man in a lot of spaces. Even at the school that he taught at, I went to the school. I got to go to this fancy $20,000 a year private school. He still denies that racism ever happened to me or classism. I'm like, what? I was like, no, my whole experience was disgusting. I hated that fucking school. You had a bunch of rich whites. That's why I made Neofeud. That's why I am Silver Spook. Because I was the one brown poor kid at a school full of children of Zuckerbergs, Musks, CEOs of eBay, military industrial complex admiral children. And I'm surrounded by all these future war criminals and future Obamas and future frickin' Bushes and future Ellisons. And you made me go to this school. I'm pissed off about that. Because they were a bunch of assholes. Or the Gusano Asian settlers that all want to be fucking Andy Ngo or Margaret Cho or the freaking executive of Google or the freaking sellout Ige making millions of dollars taking bribes from the military, Wall Street to gentrify more Hawaiians. And that's the kids I had to go to school with. Because you chose to send me to that school. Thanks. I guess I got the education was a little better. it's not really education. I got to learn how to read and write more Stormtrooper language. I guess a little better. I got AP language. Took Calculus 3. Okay, I guess. But I hated that fucking experience. I hated going across the street from President Obama's $30,000 a year alma mater. I hated that fucking experience. It felt like hell. I remember thinking every day, I wish I could, I hope this is the last day of school, but I remember thinking, oh my god, I have 10 more years of this. I hated that fucking experience. Everyone was a racist. Everyone was a snob. Everyone was a piece of shit. I hated all these children that were descendants of the rich or the wannabe rich. And when they grew up, now they all work for Alexander and Baldwin. Now they all work for giant real estate entities. And they make more homeless Native Hawaiians like me and my family. And my father was like, he can't hear this though. He can't fucking hear this. Neither can my mom. None of my fucking family can. They're all whiteified coconuts as fuck. There's Hawaii. This is why I try to do as much as I can, because Hawaii is full of white inside, brown outside people. White inside, yellow outside people. White inside, red outside people. That's all it fucking is. I mean, not all of it, but I mean, huge swaths of it. Especially the people that are over the age of 40. It's full of, most of my family work for the military, the police, or the U.S. I mean, basically everybody works for the fucking U.S. empire. They're all little fucking ants getting themselves stomped on. You should immediately quit the U.S. Let me say that one more time. You should quit the U.S. military. You should quit the U.S. government job. You should quit that nonprofit job. I know they're paying you a lot. But you're a war criminal. You're a fucking thug member. You should join a fucking cooperative. You should get the fuck out of there. You should do anything else. Do absolutely anything else that you can possibly manage. Get off of Oahu before you drink jet fuel. Get off of that island. Disgusting fucking island. There's too many people on that island. Most of the people there are fucking horrible people that are looking to be millionaires and billionaires and get fucking a piece of Kailua or something. What are you doing there? Quit every university, by the way, as well. Because fuck these disgusting universities. University of Hawaii putting billions of dollars worth of failed toxifying our water project on Mauna Kea. Andrade, what the hell are they even doing there? I mean, most university professors are making enough to live in a fucking Mazda tribute. The ones that actually teach the classes, all the adjunct permatemps. What the fuck is the purpose of universities in the Western motherfucking world? Other than to put out Adrian Zen's propagandists and useless fucking anthropologists that will back Canada's and America's genocide. What is your purpose? Is anybody getting an education? Most of the classes I'm seeing is like, oh yeah, just make 2 YouTube videos this semester maybe and submit them, and I guess that is an A, and I can pay my fucking overpriced mortgage in Vancouver, Honolulu, or Seattle. What the fucking purpose of these universities? And then gentrify this entire region, get $500,000 executive salaries for all the administrators, like Janet Napolitano, a fucking University System of California. What is the fucking purpose of any institution in this so-called country, of this so-called United States? There is none. There is none. You should educate as many people as you can, like I'm trying to do. Figure out how to get other people to get you money through all the modern technology that we have, whether that's Patreon, whether that's like Danny Haifong. You know, there's a lot of people that Danny Haifong is doing more education than 50 fucking college professors. You know what I'm saying? Read fucking books. Listen to people who know what the fuck they're talking. There is no education system in the Western world, and figure out ways for other people to get you enough to survive, so you can do something useful instead of enabling more millions of children to get $200,000 worth of student debt they will never repay and be fucked with a ball and chain around their neck for the rest of your life. You are a prison warden as a professor. That's what I will say. How about that? Since I'm going radical full silver spook today. You're a prison warden. You should quit, and you should help educate as many people as you can while not throwing them into fucking yacht payment schemes for the executives, Jared Napolitanos, and all of the Lockheed Martin that's sucking all the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics white papers out and trying to turn that into better missiles. Why don't you go do something useful with your fucking life? There will never be any. The Red Hill spill, Oahu, Halawa, the aquifers of Hawaii are forfeit. The people who require the water of life, if you still think the United States is going to build, clean, or do anything for you, you need to get your fucking head straight. You should read some Black Agenda Report, Danny Haifong, Gray's on. Figure out a way to external to the empire, which is every corporation, every capitalist corporation, every U.S. government, every United States so-called educational institution, all the military and all its police. There is nothing. There is no hope there. Period. Now you can take longer to accept that, and you can suffer and die more and cause more people around you to suffer and enable these institutions. I did nonprofit work for about 5 years, and then I realized 5-10 years, and I was like, oh, I'm doing 1% good to airbrush 99% evil by they can put me out in front and say, oh look, we're helping a few hundred kids alleviate their poverty today, and then put another 10,000 in poverty. You are even if you think you're doing good for one of these, you're airbrushing evil. That's what you're actually doing. So you're enabling by going, oh look, I fed and housed and clothed these people working for this giant corporation, this university, this police, this U.S. military. Look, I fed and housed clothed these people for, Lockheed humanitarian program X. Oh look, I got 12 trans black women a house working for Goldman Sachs poverty alleviation scheme. Goldman Sachs, we do house black trans people better program. You are airbrushing them. That's what COP26 is about. It's not about fucking healing the earth and environmental. It's about greening fossil fuel company images. That's what you do when you work for any of these entities. You should quit. You should immediately quit as fast as you fucking can and go do something actually totally external to the capitalist US, Canadian, British imperial system. There is zero hope. The longer you work there, the longer you perpetuate the death and destruction of my family, of Native Hawaiians, period, of all indigenous people, period, because you enable and you prolong the life of the terminally cancerous, destructive U.S. and all of the Western Empire. You should quit. That's the job of you. What is the job of the Western Stormtrooper? What is the job of the Stormtrooper? How can the Stormtrooper on the Death Star, how can the AT-AT Walker, pilot shooting into all of the Ewoks village? How can I be a real leftist? How can I actually be a revolution? Should I shoot Ewoks and then do some diversity training inside of the AT-AT Walker? Hey, fellow AT-AT pilot. My fellow AT-AT pilot, the one who is making the legs move as I stomp, the one who's making your legs stomp on the Ewoks, right? Stomp on the Native Hawaiians, right? Stomp on the, hey, fellow Star Destroyer pilot, the one that's dropping the bombs on the Tatooinians. I mean, the fellow F-22 pilot dropping bombs on Uyghurs, right? Dropping bombs on Afghan peoples. Maybe we should have a little sensitivity training. Maybe we should have, let's hear about your indigenous experience. Cause I hear that you're part Cherokee, my fellow F-22 pilot. Let's talk about how, Cherokee experiences are really important while we're dropping bombs on other indigenous people in Afghanistan. That doesn't help. You know what that does? That prolongs the empire. You should quit. That does absolutely, that's one of the worst things you could do, is make it seem like the U.S. empire is salvageable at all. Or Canada or any Western fucking country for that matter. They all have to be rebuilt from motherfucking scratch. You should quit. You're doing harm. You think you're helping, you're doing harm. There is you will never change any of these organizations from the inside. The United States country, the Senate, the Republic, the entire House, everything. The Supreme Court justices, they're all fucking doing 6,000 shadow dockets. Fucking. The Supreme Court is probably writing a preemptive shadow docket rubber stamp of the poisoning of the entire population of Honolulu right now. That's probably what they're doing. They're going, Lockheed and Raytheon and Northrop Grumman, they're over there, executives are going, hey, Supreme Court justices, you're mostly right wing now, so you're probably all good with this. But I mean, just to be clear, you're going to rubber stamp this atrocity that we're committing. It's going to poison 1 million people in Hawaii. You're going to rubber stamp that and say it's okay. That's what the Supreme Court's good for. There is zero hope in the United States. There's absolutely none. There's absolutely zero. You should quit and go do something useful with your fucking life. You have the capacity, because we have this technology called the internet that is not fully controlled and operated, not strongly enough by Western capitalists, racialized capitalists, colonialist corporations. They don't fully have to. While you have access, I guess that's why I say get a Mastodon, because this is when you're on Twitter, you're on the Death Star satellites. And they find if you get big enough, they might whack you. So get a TikTok, get whatever you can get on Octanon, get fucking whatever else. You should be building the infrastructure that we're gonna need to undo this. Because if everybody relies only on Twitter and only on Discord and only on Facebook and only on Instagram and on this platform and all the other Death Star satellites that we stream from, you ain't never gonna have shit. So you should. Do you have any tech and STEM skills? You should be building the non-capitalist controlled, cooperativized, non-US Western affiliated platforms that we're gonna need. That's what you should be doing. Or you're wasting your fucking time. What the fuck are you even doing? Wasting your fucking time. What? The reason why I'm saying this now is because I'm watching my family possibly die because there won't be any fucking drinking water. You know where Neofeud was made? You know where Neofeud was made? I mean, that was really sad. But 2020s is going to be even more sad because all the kids, the Hawaiians, the Polynesians, the Samoans, the Filipino, all the Asian and Pacific Islanders, that's not going to be inhabitable anymore. The U.S. military is not going to fix that jet. If I was the U.S., I mean, let me tell you what I would do because this is what I was trained to do. I would do absolutely nothing. You know why? Because it sets an example. It says. It's about disciplining the labor force. You see, even the governor, even the mayor, even the senator, even the board of water supply head crying is good because you know what that says? You're a little Hawaiian, you're a little settler Japanese descendant of all the Inoes who are themselves got the American patriotic education. You are Mr. I lost my arm fighting against the bad guys in World War II. You are the airbrushing. That's what Inoue was for. He was there to make it look like America won World War II, and Hawaii to get folded into the empire. You know, and all your Hawaiian parents and that fought in all your grandpa that fought in the 100 and the 442nd, and all these people all are there to make it look like America gave a fuck about stopping fascism. America is the #1 backer of fascism. Hong Kong, the color revolutions, Bolivia, Colombia, Africa, you fucking name it. The United States backed Hitler had a picture of one of the richest American oligarchs on his fucking wall because that's who America is. A fascist country. This is not who we are. This is not who we are. This is not who we are. No, this is who you are. Every time you say this is not who we are, you are enabling the United States empire to fuck you some more. Don't hurt yourself like that. Don't hurt Native Hawaiians like that. Nothing will get better. The planet will burn. The longer you continue to enable the Western capitalist corporations, the United States military, and everyone that works for it, which is almost everyone in the West, including Germany, German journalists, and Spanish academics who are too busy defending why Africans should go without electricity. The longer that you prolong this, the more of my people will have to die and suffer. And I have to watch my parents and people like that participate in their own annihilation. Anyways, I have a lot less. I think I just have a lot less patience today because I'm coming off of watching all this shit go down. There is a great resignation happening. And millions of people, multi-millions of people are resigning from their corporate jobs, their tech jobs, their Silicon Valley jobs, their government jobs, their police jobs, all their jobs. That's good. You know, some people say, oh, this is not organized enough. I mean, it could be more organized. But, you know, good on all those people for having the courage to say, fuck you, I'm not putting up with it. Even if it's just the sexism in this group, in this Blizzard office, even if it's just the racism in this big tech corporate magnates, you know, cubicle farm of frat boys, even if it's just putting up with watching that white man asshole chum it up with all of his fellow boomer or Gen Xer white dudes about what a great golf game we had, and then disregard all the trans and the queer, indigenous, underclass, or the black and women's issues, and like, oh, do you have something? Let's debate whether you're. Let's have a debate whether your black woman existence is valid or not. and then pretend to care. Hey, you know what you are? You know, I was talking to somebody who's like trying to do like help with diversity and sensitivity training and listening to our queer and our trans and our women and our black and brown. You know what they actually want? They don't care about, you know what the people who run universities and the corporations and the police and the military, you know what they actually want? They don't want you there to get diversity. They don't give a fuck about queer or trans. It's the same thing. It's like having, hey, let's care about it. Let's listen to indigenous issues while we're flying in the F-22 blowing people up. They don't give a fuck. What they care about is getting more bodies to fly the F-22. And if there's a few more black and brown and women faces in high places, then that's fine. But they don't give a shit about all the women generally. That's gonna improve the situation of women or of trans people or of black people or of the colonized people, the indigenous people, disabled people. Oh, they definitely don't give a shit about no disabled people. If you can't produce no labor value, get the fuck out and go. You can go burn in a tent city somewhere. And that's really what you're there for. That's what I figured it out. It took me a while to figure it out, but that's what I was there for. I was not really there working for a nonprofit to be a social services worker and a STEM teacher. I was not there at the end of the day to give Hawaiian impoverished people of Kalihi-Palama, Honolulu, Hawaii, of Waianae, of Palolo, of Waihole, of all the ghettos of Hawaii that I worked in. I worked in every ghetto of Hawaii. Every disproportionate Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, Filipino, full all of the meth and all of the Bloods and the Crips and other gangs that you can imagine. I was not sent in there to do poverty alleviation. I was there to do airbrushing, so that senators, representatives could take pictures with me while I'm in a lo'i with Hawaiians programming robots. And as fun as that is, and as important as that might have been to some kids, some kids, at least they maybe would not have gone to prison. That's a little harm reduction. But what I was there for was so that the senators and their representatives and U.S. military service personnel and Mark Zuckerberg's cousin, who is going to run for senator, and the fucking head of Ward Center, and all of the Kawamotos, and all of the Japanese, American, fucking settler colonial, U.S. affiliated, Western capitalist affiliated oligarchs could take a picture with me and further their career. That's what it was for, and maintain a semblance of humanity. It was the same reason that Daniel Inouye, the armless Japanese warrior for the U.S. empire, pretending to stop fascism. It was Russia. It's communist Russia. And it was communist motherfucking China, motherfucker. The U.S. is a clown show. They literally they demanded to have their troops be parachuted into Omaha so they could do a photo op and say we won the war. To be parachuted into Germany at the last second, so that we could say we won the war. That is what the U.S. has always been about. It is the master of spinning narratives, whether that's from its New York Tribune and its New York Times in the beginning, narco traffickers of New York that made its money pillaging China with Britain, with silk and tea. Hawaii as its platform, Hong Kong is Britain's platform. That built the biggest East Coast fortunes, the Ashers, the Poors, the Forbes, the Delano Roosevelts, all the presidents and all those fucking WASP clowns that come and graduate from Punahou and then go straight to the WASP factory over there, the Emperor Palpatine Treatment Facility. That is all that Hawaii is. That's all it is. And the longer you work for any of those organizations, non-profit, for-profit, doesn't fucking matter. Government, corporation, with the only exception being the actual radical organizations that are not being paid directly by any U.S. government or corporation. And there's almost none. There's very few. There needs to be more. I don't want to be the only Silver Spook Games. You know what I'm saying? I want everybody to look at, oh, Silver Spook, you're doing such good work at the Hui, not affiliated with any capitalist corporation. And, no. You need to be doing this. I'm doing these streams so other people can do this. I'm never going to have a platform that's big enough that it's going to have thousands and millions of people watching. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. There are no satellites that are not the Death Star satellites at scale in the United States. Your job is to start building them. Because I can't do everything my motherfucking self. I'm not doing everything just me, but there's too few people, you know what I'm saying? Especially in Hawaii. Full of fucking coconut motherfucking fake Hawaiians. Everywhere. Every fucking where. Positive Synergy knows this. Most of his family is these people. You know? Fucking selling each other out, working for, saluting the fucking military, capitalist as fuck. not living Pono, not living Aloha, not doing the Kuleana. Everybody likes to talk about Kuleana. That's why I fucking hate Hawaii. Is the most American place I've ever seen. It's the ultra America because it's full of people who talk in the language of Aloha. Mark Zuckerberg has Kalo LLC. Fucking the organization work, it had like a poi pounder as its symbol. Poi, providing opportunities to individuals in Hawaii. Oh, we just love indigenous knowledge. My job was to write claptrap for liberal fucking bleeding heart billionaires and millionaires that retired at the age of 37 from the head of Microsoft military industrial complex division to fucking get a mansion in fucking Kahala and then spend the rest of their life pretending to be good people. I work for 3 different billionaires. When I made Neofeud is about Hawaii. It's about the headquarters of the greatest masters of the most evil empire on earth. Having beautiful, plush golf courses sitting on top of all these starving fucked people, below. That's what Neofeud is. Neofeud is Hawaii. I mean, it's this illegally occupied, sad state of Hawaii, the fake state of Hawaii that is now. This is the real irony. Hawaii was once the greatest, most advanced indigenous socialist civilization on the earth, like I often go through. Now it is the site of the worst U.S. Western racialized capitalist imperial occupation, and the head of the death-starved United States attempting to crush China, to crush the global socialist indigenous world back into the box. It's one of the most disgusting fucking ironies, but it kind of makes a certain sense when you think about where Hawaii is and who Hawaii is. We were the first Libya. We were the first China. We were the first Vietnam. We were the first country that had to be stomped back down into the mud because it led the example. We were the example, right? Of what? Pop quiz. What was Hawaii the example of? Trying to find my actual thread. Hawaii had to be stopped because this is what Hawaii was. I gotta go through this because we have to. Because we have to remember this. I just listened to my father tell me that Hawaiians were back in fucking savages and backwards, brutal little spear throwers killing each other. And they didn't deserve it. That's why I had to listen. I had to listen to my father fucking go on about that for an hour or two. I stopped it. He would have gone on for 2 hours about that. And how America saved Hawaii. So we're gonna go through the opposite of that just for my own motherfucking sanity. Trying to find the one with this one. Hawaii was a flourishing country, more developed than any other Western country, and then the U.S. fucked it up. Just like as I said, like Libya. Syria and Libya are not failed states. They were flourishing, developing countries that the West came and fucked up. Big difference. See, there's another individual, educator, right? That's not affiliated with any university, no government, no police, no nobody, right? Constantly getting whacked by all the surveillance of all of the Western Empire's satellites and getting, shadow banned or, people can't find shit. I'm kind of amazed that they let me say the shit that I do. I mean, there's at least a couple based YouTube people that don't fucking remove this stream. They're pretty brave. Anyways, evil deeds. That's why I'm never gonna get 200 viewers, simultaneous viewers. I'm never gonna have 1,000. Evil deeds done by sovereign Hawaii. World's first universal health care, 1860s. Electricity before the White House. World's highest literacy rate, over 90%. Public mass transit system with rail, trolleys, ferries. Invented submarines predating Jules Verne's sci-fi about that. This is in the 1850s, like I brought up. Citizenship for black and Asians while the U.S. had slaves. Canada segregated. Sun Yat-sen used Hawaii as a technologically modern, politically independent, anti-imperialist, socialist China. Hawaii was the model for the current country the United States is trying to crush. Everything. Ask Brian Berletic, actual journalist, ex-U.S. military stationed in Okinawa. Watched Okinawa be poisoned the way that Oahu is right now. It's not new, actually. What's happening to Oahu is standard operating procedure. The only difference is it's a little more obvious because it's in the state of the United States. But you thought, how does the United States treat its own citizens? I mean, 70 million of them almost starved last year. Malnutrition levels. How you're like a bug, You know, you're like pets or cattle, just like in Neofeud. You know the way that Neofeud, the kings talk about the people? Neo-feudal kings are like, you know, the 99% for like pets or cattle, they are not smart enough to effectively govern themselves. That's the way they talk about you, by the way. You're a waste of their time. You are merely the oxygen. You are the blood and the sinew and the bone for the Uber driving hands, or the Uber teaching brain and mouth, like my father, who's teaching at the age of 70 for the children of U.S. Navy personnel as their children are getting rashes and being soaked in fucking F-22 fuel. That's what you are, right? And that's why Hawaii was destroyed, because we were the opposite of that. We were not the place that douses its own children in fucking jet fuel. We were not the place that diseducates the population. We had the high quality educations for all people. Nobody has an education in the Western world. Anything that you get, you're gonna get not from a university, not where it matters. You're gonna get it outside. You can get it from a Chinese university, get it from a Vietnamese university, get it from a Cuban university, maybe some Bolivian university. You're not gonna get it from no fucking American university. This is a fucking gentrification, knowledge work, a better Tomahawk missile engineer, skill siphoner. That's what it is. It's a Uber. It's a military industrial complex engineer Uber. That's what a university is. To take all the college and all the wannabe fucking, if I publish enough documents as a Gen Z wannabe fucking 10-year prof, maybe I'll get, no, you're never gonna get shit. They're just gonna Uber take all of your white papers and make a better nanotechnological fucking COVID-19 weapon. That's all they're gonna do with your fucking thing. Your biotech, you're not gonna cure anything. America not gonna let you cure nothing. You're gonna make some shitty treatment that's gonna make billions of dollars for pharma companies. That's all you're gonna do. You're gonna make Safenil. It's called fentanyl with a few contorted molecules so they can repatent it and call it a name that sounds less dangerous than fentanyl. By the way, 110,000 people died this year from it. Congratulations. You're getting fentanyl and COVID-19. Is it U.S. universal death care, or is it COVID-19 going to take the lead for murdering its U.S.'s own population? I don't know. We'll see. So Hawaii had a universal healthcare, the world's first universal healthcare system. That alone was a threat to the United States. They literally banned our universal healthcare. They defunded it, like I already brought up. So this is why Hawaii had to be stomped on and crushed and replaced with the fake state, the Death Star cancerous tumor that is Honolulu, and all of its tentacle surrogate satellite cancers. That's all of Maui, Kauai, the rest of Oahu. And the jet fuel is just a delayed after image of what Oahu actually is. It's just a platform to get our share of China's silk tea, Vietnam's rubber, Indonesia's other agricultural products, and now to try to stop China from building global socialism. That's all that it has ever been. Everything that your Inoue and your daddy fought for in World War II, it was a lie. I'm so sorry. Your grandpa, he was a war criminal. You fought for the US, you fought for the West, you were a war criminal. You're a terrible person. Also, he probably was a sexist, an abuser, and probably fucked all kind of with human trafficked Asian women. You know what Korea was? Most of Korea, a huge swath of that country was just a giant sex trafficking farm for the United States. It's the only place that actually banned did you know that, Korea, South Korea. Did you know the US, South Korea actually banned the word labor? And they had fucking full-on slavery there, basically. And then they massacred hundreds of thousands of people for asking for better conditions. Did you know this? No, nobody knows this. Nobody cares to know this. You know, Squid Game is based on each game in Squid Game. I'm going to show this later on KJ Noah. It's a very important presentation. Every game in Squid Game represents another US-backed atrocity of the South Korean satellite regime of mass murder, mass murder. 100,000s of people just for asking for slightly better conditions. Never mind unionizing, just asking for better, saying the word labor. Everything that you know about North Korea is all actually about South Korea. Everything you think is about South Korea is actually about North Korea. And then they put two K-pop stars. The K-pop star is like taking, the K-pop star is like the one, Afghan. It's like the Ghani, right? Going, oh, America's so awesome. As 100,000 plus Afghans are killed, he's with his $100 million. That's what the K-pop stars are for, to make you think that it's a nice little friend. South Korea is a hellhole. It's a hellscape. It's fucked. It was fucked. It's slightly less fucked now. It's a little more modernized. It's still like Parasite. It's still like Snowpiercer. You know? And that's what Hawaii is for. Hawaii is a place to continue to put more military bases to aim ICBM with nuclear heads on them at Beijing. That's what it's for. That's what Okinawa is for. That's what Taiwan. That's why Brian Berletic is one of the few actual journalists, because he's an ex-military defector. He wrote under a fucking pseudonym because he knew that the Death Star satellites and the Death Star might ion cannon him off the face of the motherfucking earth. He lives in Thailand now. Watch his color revolutions happen, and people get fucking beat up, and then watch his Western center, right, and leftists back them and call, especially the anarchists of the Western left, and then call it fucking defending democracy as his own family gets threatened by people coming in and shooting flamethrowers and fucking live ammunition into crowds. By the way, if you become a color revolutionary for the CIA cutout NED, if you work for the National Endowment for Democracy, did you know that they actually would maneuver the color revolutionaries that are, you know, they give you, oh, here, $10,000, just come out to this protest, we'll give you a bag of money because we're the US empire, we're trying to start fictional artificial revolutions in countries and then support them and put in dictators and neoliberal puppets. Did you know that if you become a color revolutionary, they might just push you out into the middle of the street and have a sniper blow your head off? So your life is, I highly recommend, even if you want to make $100,000 really, you want to make $100,000 in a year in Thailand or in, you know, I don't know, Bolivia or Colombia or, you know, in Nicaragua, they might just put you out into the street and then shoot your fucking head off just to make it look more chaotic. There's how much the NED, the State Department, cares about you. They might just blow your fucking brains out just to make it look more chaotic for the camera. That's how much, you know, it's kind of like the US military poisoning its own babies of its soldiers, right? That's how much they care about. Just remember that. Don't be working for no CIA. Don't be working for no US Empire State Department cutout. It's trying to foment fake revolution to put fascists and neoliberal inside as a puppet regime to continue imperial plundering of other people's countries. Very bad idea. You get your head blown out. And also, that's how you know. Once the military don't need you no more, they cut and run, just like Afghanistan. People falling out of planes, right? All of their supporters just like left to die, left to rot. Just remember, when you work for the U.S. just like all the thousands of veterans sitting outside rotting with their no health care outside of a VA, you fucked. And also, oh my God, I hurt myself because I've committed war crimes and I have this moral injury plus all the PTSD from shooting children in Iraq with my fucking sniper rifle, blowing them up with all my bombs. I need help. And America's like, well, yeah, you can go rot in a ditch. Why don't you go ride on your Harley down the I-5 at 200 miles per hour and then rip yourself into little bits of shrapnel, sinew, blood, and red, white, and blue star-spangled banners. Maybe that'll make you feel better. Maybe killing yourself will make you feel better. That's America's word. Remember that's what you are. You are expendable. You are nothing. You are nothing. This isn't Hawaii where everyone matters. This isn't sovereign Hawaii where everyone matters and everybody has universal healthcare. This isn't, and not even Germany. You know, even its healthcare system is kind of fucked up. It has half of it's privatized. And also, it's a racist country and all the black and Muslim people are still kicked out of Germany. By the way, AFRICOM is headquartered in Germany because Germany is the head site where Europe cut Africa up into colonies that are still being colonized. The 152 trillion transferred from the global south to the global north just since 1960. So, unlike Germany, Hawaii had full racial and economic equality. Unlike the United States, obviously, the slaves didn't exist and they became free. The people who tried to enslave were the white capitalist oligarchs, which is why Hawaii was cool, because Hawaii was trying to push the white capitalist oligarchs out. We had the Hui system of worker co-ops, which avoided Western capitalist banks and businesses. This is what I'm saying. It should not be Silver Spook Hui and everyone else goes, oh, you're so good. I'm going to sit here and work for this shitty corporation and give you $2. I'd rather you quit the shitty corporation and give me $1 instead of give me $5. You know what I'm saying? It's not really helping in the long run for you to work your shitty corporation and go, well, I can make another $20 here. I'll give you $10 instead of $1. I'd rather you give me $1, quit your shitty fucking corporation and build your own Hui. Build your own, or get with your indigenous, your radically actual left groups. I'd rather you do that than work for your shitty corporation, enable its continued plundering of the earth in the United States, in Canada, in fake socialist Germany, which is imperialist fucking poodle of the US, like I always bring up. I'd rather you do that because the $10 will help me do a little more work, but in the long run, you're giving $10,000, $50,000 a month of labor value to that corporation, possibly, that enables them to continue to plunder, you know. And I know that's probably gonna hurt me. I probably shouldn't have said that because we're probably gonna lose some revenue, and you know, That's sad. But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe people are like, well, you know, whatever the case, we should not, I want everyone to participate in this as much as possible, as soon as possible. Because, and you know, why am I getting so urgent about this? I mean, you know, I don't know if you noticed this. People talk about, oh my God, the Earth's on fire, and either they doom her out or they just go back to work. Like, if shit's really on fire, why the fuck aren't you fucking acting like shit's on actually fire? It's Greta Thunberg is not even a left. Greta Thunberg is like fucking. If you're invited to Cop Out 26, that's what you were there for, to help rebrand Western imperialism. Greta's not a left, but you know, Greta's there to make it, to just like chastise some rich clowns. Then the actual radicals are the indigenous people stopping 25% of U.S. fucking climate change being 2% of the population. That's the actual people doing shit. It ain't no white people, obviously. If the indigenous people are doing 25% and they make up 25% of the carbon emissions of the United States are being stopped scientifically on investigations, empirical investigation into their actual actions based on what pipelines and burning of carbon might have happened if the indigenous people had not done their actual actions, whether that's DAPL, Coastal GasLink, whether that is, you know, just stopping any projects with their bodies on the line, their death, costing their life. You know, if white people were doing anything, even if white people even did 1/10 of what indigenous people did, America would be carbon neutral by that justification. So what that says is you do nothing. That's what you're doing, working for U.S. corporations, U.S. government, and U.S. military, which are there to destroy indigenous peoples in Canada too. So that's what I'm saying. You are doing nothing. You are doing less than nothing. You are doing less than nothing. You are fucking... So if you say the planet's on fire, but you go back and work for that corporation and that military and that police, you're either a hypocrite, you are a complete moron, an idiot, or you don't understand what you are even saying. And I think that mostly it's cowardice. I think, especially on this street, it's mostly cowardice, if anything. Well, I think most people here understand what I'm saying already. And they're just trying to figure out how they're going to get out from under the abusive relationship that they're in and allowing to continue, because that's what they're working for. But, you know, I don't think that it's not something that, I'm not the only person saying this, I'm not the only person doing this. Like, millions of people have already quit and they've started alternate collectives. I'm not saying you don't work and just go out into the middle of the fucking forest and do some Anprim bullshit, fictional, fake indigeneity thing. But working in a fully not complicit, not funded, not capitalist or Western government imperialist controlled. That's what they're very important. Again, you know, I talked a lot about movies and how like different movies like Reservation Dogs is not tied. The power structure of that is not tied. It's not produced and written and from its commanding heights. It is not Hollywood. I don't know everything about that, but you know, getting out from under the heel of the disproportionate white cis men that run in the capitalist and executive that are made by, for, and of exploitation of the working class, especially the non-white and the marginalized people. Getting out from under that structure, and especially getting out from under the U.S. empire, is critical at this. To my mind, is critical. So 4 million plus people resigning from their corporate jobs, their big tech jobs, their surveillance capitalist jobs, even their university jobs, their government, whatever. Their jobs that were maltreating them to begin with, they always were. You're always being abused. You know this. Are you allowed? It's like you read this shit, but people were reading all these books and all these leftists, and they go back and work for these shitty ass corporations, and it's like, you know, I know it's hard to survive, and it's just rough. It's hard because capitalism makes it hard, and the landlords makes it hard. Even more reason why you should support indigenous land back, because we don't allow. The other thing I didn't add on this is Hawaiians didn't allow. There were basically no homeless people. You know what China doesn't have? Homeless people. You know what Vietnam doesn't have? Homeless people. There's basically none. They have solutions. They basically get, if you're not in a house, they figure out where you're from, who you are. They assign you to a place to live in. North Korea has absolutely none. Zero homelessness. Absolutely none. You're literally assigned a house. You don't apply for mortgages. You don't apply with a renter's application. You don't pay no fee. They don't take there is no private housing ownership with landlords renting out. That doesn't exist. You just get a house. I know it's hard for you to imagine, as you slave away, enabling corporations to abuse the planet more, because that's probably what you do, right? Is that what you're doing? You shouldn't be doing that. Why are you doing that? To make enough, to make enough, dollar bills, little Western barbarist validation tokens called capitalist dollars, right? To make enough little chits to throw at your landlord. I know you think that's the only way that things can be done, and you're terrified that you're not gonna have enough you're not gonna have enough little credits to throw at landlord to continue to exist today. That's not the only way that things can be done. In order to get to the point of where Hawaii was, to get to the point where Vietnam is, to get to the point where China is, to get to the point where Cuba is, it requires a lot more people taking much more radical action. And that's why I'm going off on this. Part of it is, is just that I had to I have to watch my Kalihi Valley, where I'm from, become uninhabitable, and watch the people of Kalihi, my own family, defend themselves as they keel over dead from fossil fuel poisoning. So it's becoming more and more. It's always real. If you ever watch this, if you watch the Silver Spook stream, if you listen to these come on E. American Johnson or Non-Compete or Luna Oil or any of those places, you know that I'm not here to sugarcoat and play hanky panky and fucking enable some bullshit and pretend like this is not where it at. It is happening. It is the wildfires are gonna get worse. The COVID is going to get worse. Millions of people are going to die more from COVID. Omicron is coming. Worse than Omicron is coming. It's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. You have to make it better. You have to make it better. Not me. Well, me and you, we all have to. But not just motherfucking Silver Spook. And not just the Silver Spook Hui. If it's just me talking out there and then you like, if this is just Silver Spook Sunday sermon, because that's what church is, that's what Christianity is for. Christianity is there so people can have metaphysical, fake, feel good like there are good people on Sunday and then go back and do evil the other 6 days. That's what Christianity is. You take all the actual good in the world, commodify it and stick it inside of a little fucking wafer and a little Pinot Noir, and then you serve it up, and then you take fucking, and then you do $20 McDonaldized collection over chocolate Jesus tokens, in a mega church or in a Catholic church, any church. That's what Christianity is for. It was a justification using a brown guy's body on a artisanal Roman lynching schemes called the crucifix. Stamping it on the side of a fucking imperialist America's equivalent, the Roman Empire shield, to rebrand it. Inouye is just the Japanese Jesus strung up with his fucking arm off to make it look like America is a nice, not racist against Japanese, not fascist country. That's what it is. They take your Martin Luther King, they put you up on the fucking I have a dream, Democratic Party's Twitter blue check mark tweets on Martin Luther King Day. That's what King is for. You put you up like this, shoot you in the fucking head, and they put you up on the cross, and they go, look how good we are. Come to church and let's all hear about how fucking nice and how holy and how good we all are, and then let's go back and do evil in the U.S. military that we work for the rest of the fucking week. And all of our neocon friends. That's what Western religion is for. It doesn't matter what Jesus stood for. That's what it amounts to. That's what the Catholic Church amounts to. It's a fucking it's just a global genocide scheme based on the concept of civilizing all the so-called savages. That's what it is. And that's why my father will defend Catholicism and Christianity to his deathbed, because he is a successfully genocided Native Hawaiian. That's what my father is. He's dead. Whatever Kalakaua, whatever universal healthcare supporting, whatever Kuleana Pono and Aloha was in him is dead. It's gone. It's erased. It's gone. Just like my mom. Just like my aunt. Just like my grandpa. Just like everyone before them. For 3-4 generations. They're all dead. They're all erased by that cross. It's all gone. I mean, and they're going to be literally dead soon. I was waiting for them to die last year from COVID-19. Then I will never have to have that shitty call with my father again. Where he defends his abuser. I won't have to fucking have that call again. This is why Libya was destroyed. Libya had no debt under Gaddafi to the IMF, World Bank, or anyone. Free healthcare, free electricity, free education, free interest-free loans. Newlyweds received $50,000 to find a home. Mothers received $5,000 on the birth of a child. Citizens received a percentage of all oil sales, and petrol was 0.14 per liter. Government paid 50% of the price of your car. Unemployed Libyans received average salary for their profession and benefits. Only 25% of Libyans were literate, and then 83% became literate in his time. I mean, you can tell socialism success, or what's basically it's normal indigenous human civilization. You know it by its empirical concrete results. Like Hawaii. Hawaii had 90% in the 1800s. Higher than any European country in the 1800s. You know socialism, also known as normal human civilization, as opposed to Western barbarism. You know it by its numbers. Education rates through the roof for all people. People getting their material needs met, healthcare, energy, housing, right? Getting people out from under the debt, stopping anti-imperialists, pushing back against other people's harm. That's part of it too. That's why Germany and all these Euro countries, you might have a little healthcare for some white Germans, but it's not socialist because they're still backing the empire. Neither is Canada. It's a shitscape up there. Ask the indigenous people. People wanting to be farmers could be given land, house, equipment. Doesn't this sound like Vietnam? If you watch the Luna Oi video about how Vietnam did land back and then has 500 square meter, which is tiny. They're just like less than half the size of a U.S. family lot. For rice farming, ecologically sustainable, balancing ecology with the people's needs, controlling what is to be done with the land. But people get access to it and get a house and equipment and seeds and everything they want for free. Hawaii had a similar program, by the way. 200 years ago, Hawaii had the same fucking program. That was part of what the Kalakaua and the leaders were trying to do. They're trying to encourage Hawaiians to farm and productively use the land. And in a Hawaiian ahupua'a non-capitalist private ownership kind of fashion. It was similar, like. You work in the land, but it's not like yours to own to do whatever you want. The private, that's very different to private property, which is this is my land. I do whatever I want, absolutely whatever. Pollute it, toxify it, slave people on it. Build a giant factory that's polluting everything. Do something useless. Have a ridiculous amount of overpriced hotels and $2 million a night fucking, Tokyo Imperial Hotel style. C-suites for C-suite executives to stay in their penthouse suites. Libya was doing this. Student would be paid the average salary for a profession they were studying for. So this is why Gaddafi was massacred, and Hillary Clinton celebrated sodomizing of Gaddafi with a bayonet by the United States military. Did you know that? No, you probably don't know that. You probably don't care because you're probably a Western imperialist. Well, you shouldn't be, but if you don't, then that means you're definitely a fake leftist. But that's what Libya was. Libya was doing what Hawaii did over 100 years before Libya did it. China is doing, that's the reason why China is enemy number one. North Korea is enemy, China, Vietnam, all these places that you hear shit about. Cuba also included in this because they're doing what Hawaii was doing. They're just doing normal human civilizations. You know when you're really fighting on the right side, when the U.S. gives its full force and might, and along with Europe and the Western capitalist countries, Japan and India, when they all come at you with this, what is this milk tea alliance between India and Taiwan? What you trying to start nuclear? India, don't you and Pakistan have enough trying to fucking bring nuclear holocaust to end the failed human experiment, or the failed American experiment called so-called organized life? India, what the fuck are you trying to back? Stop one China policy and start nuclear hypersonic missile fractional orbital reserve bombardment trade-offs between fucking China and the United States. Why India? Why do you? No, you know why? Because India hasn't got out from its own fucking colonial. India is like a 1 billion people like my dad, who were. They had their. Let's say like everybody was pure in every country, but I mean. They have definitely learned a lot from the British and the Indians, and they work a lot with Western capitalists like Modi
and the neoliberal and the neo-fascists in India. And they're really like buying into their colonizer and the people that they're still neo-colonized by. And they're really doing their work, just like Japan. Japan is over there stomping on Okinawa so that they can send AUKUS submarines and crash them into the South China Sea fucking Chinese fish farms, stopping millions of, high production, very efficiently farmed fish from being eaten, and then also getting U.S. military soldiers to quit the U.S. Navy unless you want to fucking die cracking your head and drowning, 500 meters under the ocean surface in the South motherfucking China Sea. Do you want to drown to death on gas? You want your children to bathe in gasoline and have have a massive mottled strawberry farm of rashes all over their body and die of anemia or some other horrible disease? Do you want your wife to get cancer, or do you want to die fucking having your body crushed by an imploding submarine because it's built with substandard level of steel, which a Seattle the woman who oversaw all of the steel quality and density and tensile strength testing that goes into the Navy submarines, and actually was like cutting all the corners, and like lots of the steel is like way subpar. Do you want to go get crushed under the ocean trying to shoot broken nuclear missiles, broken fucking non-hypersonic missiles and into Beijing? Is that what you want to do? You want to go die failing to win nuclear war, but accidentally starting it and getting your own fucking people nuked? Is that what you want to do? Quit the US military. What are you even doing? Why would you do that? It's a stupid thing to do. It's an evil thing to do and a stupid thing to do. And you get your family killed. You're gonna get them poisoned, just like all the Navy base in Oahu's children. It's disgusting to do. Anyway. But this is why, again. So I mean, this is why the United States is in Hawaii, right? And back. I'm gonna go through this. Okay, very important. Many Americans think that we lived in huts prior to colonization. We do not. The U.S. military is there to stop us from going back to an advanced socialist indigenous civilization. That's really why the U.S. military is there. On top of stopping China from bringing the world out to normal human civilization. The U.S. deindustrialized Hawaii before 1898. We already had electricity, mass transit, railroads. Iolani Palace had electricity before the White House. Okay, just in case you've looked at too many Twitter articles, listened to too many Western college professors, just in case you have looked into too many New York Times bestsellers, just in case you read too many books that are published in the United States or anywhere in the West, because usually they're all full. When you write a book, you have to use all of the grist of the mill, which is all of the liberal arts education, the normal high school and college educations that all your readers are going to have. So when you read a book in English, you're actually you're having the brain poison be recirculated through your neurons and through all of your constellation of cranial gray matter structures. Every time you read a book, I would argue, actually, in English or Spanish or French, because even to use these words, civilized, genocide, they're already soaked in the blood and in billions of people's blood and all the lies that the U.S. has used. And I actually would argue, like, try not to read too many books, especially written by cis white dudes, but even not. Try not to read any. The more books that my father has read, so many of these books. Every time you read it, you have to, and even if you're reading a science fiction book, it's like, and you hear a general say, "What is this? Oh my God, this dystopia is horrific. There is no human rights. People are being stomped on. Is AD 2177. Mega corporations rule the world. The streets are run with gangs and thugs." And somebody in the book says, "What is this, North Korea?" When you hear that phrase, you think you're consuming cyberpunk. You're actually consuming anti-communist, anti-socialist, anti-Asian, anti-indigenous propaganda. When you think, that's what I mean. Everything that is written in the Western brain, and I just noticed this because I was like reading some Western article or just some fiction fantasy thing. Everything is wrapped up in this nonsense matrix of disinformation called the Western educational curriculum. All the books you have to read, all the Catchers in the Rye, all the fucking Great Gatsbys that are not that great, all the shit ass garbage you have to read is all couched. That's why when you go on Reddit and you read something, you're like, what the fuck is this shit? These are just normal Western academic nerds saying wrong shit
That's why I have to do like a lot more of these things, because there's very little actual truth in English. You gotta go. That's why I mostly try to listen to people in Chinese or I listen to Chinese or Vietnamese or other voices, because when I hear that shit, I'm like, oh, actually, this shit actually checks out. You know. Whereas when you read things that are not directly related to the exact specific topic that you're investigating, even in the university system, if you're like a university professor writing about the tensile, you're specifically writing about political movements from 1919 January to 1919 June, you might get some truth, maybe if you're lucky. Probably it'll be weighted towards capitalism and racism, right? But you might get some truth. But to really get the full, you cannot. But outside of that, most of what that academic is specializing in, they don't allow you to decompartmentalize it and branch it onto everything else. No, everything, because when you go outside of your department, like let's say you're even I know, I'm thinking of 5 specific Western left anarchists, Marxist-Leninists, historians. I can think of 5 right now that I personally know, that are historians or some kind of academic, who have said the Uyghurs are having genocide done to them, supported the Hong Kong Color Revolution and US CIA protests, and they're all like political science or historians. So that degree is only good for the exact window of things that you're studying, maybe. Outside of that, you feel, because you can't be an academic specialist in every fucking field, right? This is why you absolutely must listen to people. Not just to get past this wall of racism that you have no excuse. Anyone on earth can listen to anyone or talk to anyone in China, anyone in maybe North Korea because of the United States and Western imperialism. But you can listen to people from Cuba. You can listen to I'm going to play one for North Korea from KJ. KJ No, by the way, is a very important educator and I believe an ex-military force that is currently doing his duty to stop the empire that he used to work for. He's Korean. Anyways. You have to listen to those people outside of the Western Empire. Maybe you don't speak the language. Get it translated. That's why Luna is so important, because Luna is a voice from an actual place with an education system, like an actual full, where even outside of your narrow specialty, you can have a total, well-rounded historical, economic, political, dialectical, full, true just true stuff. Not even education, just having true things in your head. And then you can read books. You can read Vietnamese fiction and fantasy books that are like, when you go to the Vietnamese cyberpunk RPG game, and they're gonna be like, and then in dystopian 2177 Vietnam, the rich run the world in mega corporations. And the police beat up anyone for thought police beat up people for different political actions. And then the Vietnamese cyberpunk RPG will, in its rule book, right, will say, what is this, the United States, or what is this, South Korea? And it will be true, right? Whereas in the West, everything is wrapped up in making North Korea and China and all these other, Russia and Hawaii, look like savages, right? Everything is wrapped up in wrong shit. Everything is wrapped in wrong shit. And you can't write a book and have other people read it. You can't make a movie and have other people watch it. That's why I do these YouTube streams about criticizing all the Western pop culture. It's not really about Western pop culture. It's about the entire Western, all culture, all brain, all education, all everything. It's all wrong. The movies being full of wrong shit is a symptom of the entire Western world being wrong shit. But then you go to Vietnam and it's all right shit. Or mostly, So, you must. Unless you want to just be a piece of shit the rest of your life. It's easier. It's more entertaining and it's easier because you already have nostalgia baked into watching all these shitty. You've already gone. If you're watching the stream, you've probably already gone through the Western education system. So your brain is already poisoned. Sorry, you're already. That's why I say the rest of my life is I have to put right shit back into my brain because the United States and its most expensive universities and its most expensive colleges and high schools have put all the wrong shit in my head for the most of my life. So I have to go find right shit to put in it. This is part of the. This is again. I know this is like a very hard point to kind of make in English or Spanish or French or Japanese for that matter. But you must listen to people outside of the United States particularly from socialist countries in social, like Carl Jha, incredibly important person. Luna Oi, incredibly important person, because you get people who speak and they're happy to speak in English. Most Chinese, they're like, fuck, I can't handle these fucking idiots. You see, why don't I hear more Chinese? Part of the reason why it's not part of their culture they rather your actions should actually speak louder than words, rather than the West that has sayings like actions speak louder than words, which is plagiarized from the Chinese, and they never actually follow it. They just talk, do nothing. Like Build Back Better. That's not gonna happen. You're gonna get Build Back Better is get fucked harder. Average American. That's what that Build Back Better is. So Carl Jha, Luna Oi, Danny Haifong, KJ No, Black Agenda Report, Breakthrough News had some. Anyway, there's a handfuls of these people. You must listen, because there's nothing in the United States. There's nothing. Not in Canada, not in Europe, not in Germany. There's just a bunch of fucking clowns. Everything that they have is gotten out from outside, including me. So, you know, the University of Hawaii did not teach me this. It was rogue educators. Adam Calvi is basically a rogue educator, a Native Hawaiian and Filipino person. He's not working with the universities, not as far as I know. The Maori professors that were visiting, they were like rogue professors. They were not. You're not gonna learn this when you go to school. When you study political science or history or indigenous studies, environmental studies, they're not gonna teach you the shit that I'm gonna teach you on here. They can't. They'll be against the academic stormtrooper with imperial characteristic, the empire with academic characteristics, the giant private equity firm masquerading as a place of learning with 70% food insecure, rationing all kinds of tuna fish, perma-adjunct profs that are starving, like the people that we house here at Silver Spukui, right? They don't pay you to teach shit in universities in the Western world. They pay you to manufacture good stormtroopers. The good, future State Department cutout, future Boeing military aircraft engineers. That's all they pay you to do. They don't not there. You're not there to educate anyone. You're there to come up with future apologists for empire with a degree. That's what my father is. That's what you're there for. You're not there to do anything other than that. You're not there to get an education. Not in the United States. Not in Canada. Not in Europe. That's not who they work for. Where do you think the funding for universities come from? Where the fuck? It comes from the United States government. If that. It's the U.S. government and corporations. And the corporations are the government. People say follow the money, but people don't want to follow the money when it comes to where their money actually fucking comes from. That's where the fucking money comes from. The United States government does not have an interest in the masses of people learning what the United States is. That's why they're banning critical race. The rogue educators trying to give children, right, even an inkling of the 1619 project, the CRT, that's not even close to enough. That's just liberal history. That's like slightly progressive liberal history. That's not even left history. Even that little bit, right? That is illegal in the United States. If anybody were to actually educate at scale, 330 million people, it already is illegal. That's what that should tell you. And who funds the universities is not. This is not like a separate entity. It's not like two different. No, it's the same entity. If universities of the United States were pumping out radical, actual, successful, actual leftists, they would all be illegal and they'd all be fired, just like they're banning all the critical race. But they're not. The universities are there to get you to buy in, to get you locked into a big ass mortgage so you can become a neo-feudal serf at some big tech company paying $1.7 million for a San Francisco overpriced fucking suburban house. For Facebook or one of these big techs, manufacturing consent for the globe, brainwashing everyone, playing as KJ No correctly said, it is full spectrum dominant strategy. The number one battlefield of warfare is in your mind, in everybody's mind. That is where they're fighting the war. They're fighting it in the university by filtering everyone out that is capable of radicalness. That's why Osarios are the only people saying anything actually useful in the university. But they're like, Jonathan will probably be like one of the last. Everybody coming after that, You know, some people come in and then they get radicalized. A lot of people are radicalized because they're in these fucking universities. But what the goal is to get you locked into paying $200K in student debt. You got to get big on the LinkedIn. That means you have to move liberal, move corporate, right? And you have to sell your soul out. If you want to be a lawyer, you want to be a STEM engineer, you're going to need to work for a big corporation, big military. None of these are non-capitalist. None of these are not colluding with the U.S. empire. Every big tech company. So that's the purpose. And it's like, oh man, that really sucks. That really sucks. That just makes my life very difficult because I don't know what to do now. I mean, I know it's gonna suck and it's gonna be hard and you're not gonna know what to do. But I mean, that's is the world on fire or is it not? I mean, oh my God, if you're on the Titanic and oh my God, the world is like the Titanic sinking. If the Titanic is sinking, right? Are you gonna debate about how hard it is to blow up the life raft? Oh, I could really hurt my lungs if I blow this life raft up. Maybe I'll just like, listen to the music and dance around and play musical chairs a little longer and listen to the people fiddling like they fiddled as Rome burned. Maybe I'll just hang around and listen to Nero, that's Biden over there fucking fiddling, waiting for the Caligula to take over, that's Trump 2.0, and then fucking have everybody march off to the fucking gas camp. Maybe I'll just listen to the fiddling a little longer. Oh man, running is hard because there's a lot of smoke and the smoke is hot in that window that I could get out of this building from. So I'll just listen to this fucking fiddling. That's you sitting in your fucking university pretending to do anything. Yeah, it's gonna be hot and dangerous, and it's gonna be you're gonna have to run very hard when you're getting out of that building. But do you want to stay in that building and burn? I mean, because either the building's on fire or it's not on fire. Which is it? Which is it? This is why Hawaii had to be destroyed. This is why my father continues to deny genocide to my face, and he's been fully enlightened in his heart and in his mind. Because we actually did socialism. Because we actually were normal human civilization, and America can't allow that to exist. The U.S. was founded on slavery, genocide, and capitalism, racism. I said that. I said, the United States was born in racist capitalism, and it's only been around for 200 years. It might not be around for much longer. And he went full, like, America was not racist. The Pilgrims were good people. The first colonists, they only came to escape religious persecution, and they just wanted to build a country of good people, not with corruption. You were like, oh my fucking God, man. Did you miss even liberal university professors, these people that I'm fucking throwing all the shade at right now, even you liberal ass university professors know that colonization happened. Jesus Christ. Don't you hang out with a bunch of rich fucking $2 million Kailua house owning college professors at the University of motherfucking Hawaii with you in your stupid men's group? My dad goes to that's part of my dad hangs around college professors in the University of Hawaii. All these old white guys that have fucking tenure, you fucking multi-million dollars of Oahu property in their name, right? No material worries really, right? Fully bought into teaching history, teaching political science, teaching economics, still teaching science, technology. One of them is a psychiatrist, and he hangs out with these people, and they all talk, and they go like, "Oh yeah, America. I don't understand why all these young people are so upset at America. America, the United States is, I was like, dude, Dad, did you not get the update? People are not saying this shit anymore. No, he's like, yeah, like at least they're not. They're not. At least the liberal, the liberals have the 1619 at least. I mean, did you miss that one? Maybe you gotta watch. Even Hamilton. Hamilton is not really good. None of this shit is good. But I mean, it's like they're not like America never did no bad things. I mean, my dad is over here like, oh, most of the Europeans that came over, they were all just really nice, good, moral people who didn't have any slaves, didn't participate in exploitation. I mean, what the fuck are you even saying? You just like fuck, Dad, you're like the Australia of Hawaii. You're like going twice as hard. Australia over there jumping to start nuclear war with China. Australia creating like War of the Worlds fucking movie poster covers for their ASPI written news stories of like Chinese aircraft bombers dropping bombs on Sydney. Like, Dad, what you're fucking jumping through hoops. Dad, did you not get the update from the CIA and the U.S. universities that work for it, didn't you get the update from the fucking CIA that we're not pretending like nothing bad ever happened in America? They at least acknowledge that slavery happened. They at least acknowledge that, you know, U.S. did some genocide. Jesus fucking ass Christ. But that's why you can't learn this. You can't learn this because, you know, you can't have. Anyway, I'm not really doing my thread, am I? This is Hawaii had electricity before the White House. It had electricity. The capital of Hawaii had electricity before the United States. We had we had industrialization. We had trains. We had rail. We had advanced cities. People talk about, oh, we need rail, we need better public transport, cars are destroying everything. Hawaii had one of the most advanced public transport system of trolleys, rail, and ferries. You could get almost anywhere in Hawaii. People could commute from island to island even in the 1800s, in the mid 1800s. So this is all a lie. That I have to say it on the stream because at least even for myself. Hawaii also had a higher literacy rate, as I said, than the United States and Europe before colonization, the banning of our language or culture, the erasure of our history, and our ghettoization. We were also bilingual or trilingual and world-renowned diplomats. Again, this is an article, of course, from the 1869 newspaper. In Hawaiian historian reported that in the exposition in Paris, Hawaiians had our first constitution in 1840 by the elected leader, Kamehameha. Books of law, newspapers, agricultural products, Bibles, textbooks, as well as other examples of civilized accomplishments were exhibited. It's always got to be in air quotes because, again, that word is nonsensical in the Western world. There is no civilization anywhere in the West. They're all barbarists. This is another quantum Western brain. So people are like, America is great. Western leftists will be like, America is great. The U.S. is great. We can have a patriot left. And they'll be like, capitalism is barbarism. But the United States is the number one, and Europe and Canada, these are all backers, the top backers of global capitalism. So if capitalism is barbarism, Western leftists, and the United States materially has shown to be the number one backer, it will cool any country that even, like Hawaii, any country, anyone that tries to go socialist, that for real, gets destroyed, then is not the so-called civilized first world countries like the United States, Canada, the EU, Australia, aren't these barbarous countries. And they'll be like, no. But that's what I mean. There's no such thing as education. Everything is nonsense in the West. What the fuck do these words do? Words don't mean anything in English. Anyway, the words mean whatever the whitest, richest, maddest, straightest person needs them words to mean. In whatever, whether that's the fucking, hedge fund, whether it's a hedge fund convention in Vegas, whether that's the Geneva, $10,000 per ski trip, G7 summit meeting in Switzerland, whatever that word, whether that's having Greta come up on stage and everybody clap for BP and Exxon and Lockheed Martin doing a good job to reduce their emissions, that they're not, right? Civilized, what the fuck does this word even mean? What does that even mean? Doesn't mean anything. These are all platitudes. This is just nonsense. This is just all, as the dialectical materialist would say, it's all metaphysical speech. This is all bullshit. And even if it meant something, they're not going to act on it. Anyways. So, Hawaii was ahead in all of these categories. Hawaii was called a barbarous nation. You see what I'm saying? What is it? Well, civilized, it means people having advanced technology and, operating without, violently, might makes right, harming other people. What was Britain doing even in this time? What is Britain still doing? Sending Her Majesty's aircraft carrier up to threaten nuclear war with China. It's still barbarism. Well, I mean, it's whatever white people are doing. Well, it means being Christian. Oh, so what's white people are doing? So that's why Hawaiians had to bring Christ. That's why we had to request the Anglicans. Kahumano requested Anglicans. It's not because Hawaiians loved Christianity. It's because, which is a religion based on a bunch of white imperial stormtroopers backed by financial oligarchies sending their legions in to kill everyone including all the Jewish people, and then string them up on a cross if they didn't, and then taking that cross brown man and putting them on their fucking Holy Roman Emperor's palace called the Vatican. It is to this day. It's who my father works for. What? Anyway, but to be civilized, it means to become Christian, right? To be civilized. So it's a nonsensical word. Doesn't mean fucking anything. European visitors to the Paris Exposition were for the most part ruled by monarchs. Only their highborn were privy to excellent education. Civilization means having a modern, just society. Well, I mean, if you leave everybody in diseducation and as abused, unequal peasants, is that a civilized society? Because this is what Europeans will call themselves, civilized. Well, I guess the monarchs were civilized and everyone else was a barbarian. So all the peasants and the serfs and all the starving Irish in their famines being told, well, have a modest proposal. You just boil your little frolicking shamrock begilded little Irish babies and serve them with a side of taters, right? As Jonathan said, these were the civilized societies. I mean, and that was a joke about how barbarous the UK, the British were, right? And that Swift was lucky that he didn't get Voltaire exiled for saying true things for French. Or Swift was Jonathan Swift should just be happy he didn't get fucking thrown in prison for saying true things like Daniel Hale, right? Or Chelsea Manning, or threatened his life with like Assange, right? You can't say anything true in the West. You do, you're gonna get yourself executed or imprisoned, or you have to write it in very, very, very shrouded in lots and lots of layers of metaphor. Faced with their failed preconceptions about Hawaii, some exclaim, "This island, Hawaii, is ahead in literacy, and the enlightened countries of Europe are behind it." So anyway, what does enlightenment mean? What does enlightenment mean? If you're the enlightened country, and we're the savage because we're brown, and we're brown, we're not white, and we're socialists, right? And you're the enlightened. What the fuck? What is enlightenment? Enlightenment is a word stolen from China, just like the word brainwash. You know what brain? I don't. There's too many sides. I can't do all of them, but it's just. As Voltaire said, China was the wisest of all civilizations, 3,500 years old. The antidote to Western illusory historiography, and its meritocracy of actual equal opportunity, is a stark contrast to France and the birthright of King Louis XIV. Rule by aristocracy and hereditary inheritorship, right? And then Voltaire was put into the stocks. He's exiled. So, because he said, hey, guess what? Guess what, France? Guess what, Europe? You're not enlightened. Guess what, Europe? You're not civilized. Guess what? You're not enlightened. You stole that word from China. It's literally stolen from. It's an Asian word. The original word, enlightened. That's why I say none of these words really. I mean, most English words are bathed in lies, and if word meanings are formed by each of their trillions of usages and instantia every time it is spoken and then interpreted as a collection of phonemes or as of bits of ink inscribed into crushed and flattened tree bark, they're called books. Every time a word is used, the meaning is made and reformed and reshaped in the minds of the people that are reading and using it. And if it was made and used primarily by liars, like the people that run the ruling classes of the West for the last 2,000 years, every word is built and filled with these nonsensical, cognitively dissonant contradictions and inconsistencies. That's why it's like, why am I always so confused and cognitively dissonant and upset, like I'm always being lied to in America or Canada or anywhere in the West? Is because everything is built of lies in some way or another. That's why I call it Schrödinger. I call it Western quantum brain sometimes, or Schrödinger's white head. It's like, what does my white brain need the Uyghur to be right now? Is it a savage that I need to blow up with my F-22 to make more money, or can I use the Uyghur as a victim, a sad
sufferer of human rights violations under an oppressive, authoritarian, despotic Asian China, which is the Uyghur, right? And it really matters. What kind of Asian is it? Is it a Muslim? Is it a Chinese? We hate those. Chinese Muslim. Oh, we love those, right? But the most college educated Westerners cannot put it together how racist hating the Chinese and hating the Muslims is, or how nonsensical loving your Chinese, caring about your Chinese Muslim is. It's like literally, I watch my dad. I watch him. A news story will come out of a CNN or out of a New York Times article. It'll go into my dad's eyeballs and it'll come out of his mouth. He'll just it's literally it's literally like the CIA, the head of the CIA once said, well, William Casey, the CIA will know when its disinformation campaign is complete, when everything the American public believes is false. Casey, I could update it, let's say, well, the CIA will know when the Western ruling oligarch class disinformation campaign is complete, when the CIA can make any person in the Western world think and say whatever they want at any second of the day, whether false or not. They can just change it, and it really works. Twitter really works. Twitter, CNN, social media, the Western university, public, private, and charter school system, it really works. Because I watch people really smart, even leftists. It really disappoints me when I see leftists do this. They'll some big news will come out from a Mother Jones or DSA or not always DSA, but sometimes they're occasionally better on China. Usually when there's actually Chinese people involved, like in No Cold War in China. But there's the Jacobin, Mother Jones, Democracy Now! Article come out, and the so-called Western leftists with dialectical thinking will just spout whatever just came out of it. Especially when it's about China, especially when it's about Uyghurs, especially when it's about any Asian country. They're just like, oh yeah, that's a despotic authoritarian tanky. We should all destroy it. Blah 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 blah. We should. I support country X overthrowing government because that's bad, And I watch this. It's just like, oh wow. It's amazing how well this works. So I think the CIA should really be applauded. No, don't applaud the CIA. They don't need that. But, but that's part of why I say you have to listen. Again, you have to listen to people outside of the United States in a successful socialist indigenous country. Every country on the earth that is currently socialist, actually successful left country, is a indigenous people that was decolonized. Nothing in Europe. There's no socialist countries in Europe. They're not anti-imperialists. China, Vietnam, Laos, Bolivia to a large extent, especially when it's not getting successful. It's still struggling against Western imperialism, but it has an actual strong, deep potential for a socialist project within it, and it's leading South America in collaboration with China. By the way, all these countries don't all hate each other. The West wants you to think that all these countries are constantly beating up and brutalizing and hate each other, and China is imperializing them all, and China is the new colonizer, and that's again, Western media not even once. And again, quit your corporate job, quit your corporate job, quit your whatever fake fucking university bullshit left liberal job, quit all these other jobs so you can join me in saying true stuff and not worrying about your paycheck. Right? Getting true stuff from socialist countries and repeating the true stuff into the 800 million diseducated white people in the West. That's your job. That's my job. That's really my job. That's what Neofeud is for. That's what this stream is for, is to get the stuff, it's not my, I am original in the way that I piece together maybe lots of disparate information and encapsulated in science fiction and a bunch of random jokes about 3,000-year-old indigenous civilizations crossed with, super intelligent, septillion times faster supercomputer developing artificial intelligences made by Type 7 civilization, Type 7 Kardashev, Asimov pipe dreams that are real. They're called China. China is a super advanced alien civilization. It's not alien, but to the West it's alien because it's socialist and they don't understand it. It's mysterious. So China is an advanced civilization that you should learn from. You should learn from it. You have to learn. If you want
to have roads, bridges, healthcare, housing, it will be in collaboration with China under the Belt and Road. And I'm gonna make this prediction right now. Come back and look at this YouTube video 10 years from now. If America ever gets its infrastructure rebuilt, it will be in close collaboration with, if not direct, Belt and Road initiative with China. There will never be United States rebuilding of its country. It is not in the business to do that. Capitalism is at the end of its rope, and the United States is at the end of its colonial, settler, colonial genocide and slavery and imperialism rope. So it is in your best interest as an American or Canadian or whatever you think you are to limit the total suffering before the point of the Belt and Road coming through the United States and Canada. I hope that more Hawaiians will be in the Hawaii branch of the independent sovereign country of Hawaii, Belt and Road, Pacific Nexus. Hawaii could be much wealthier and richer in a Shakang Shahui, moderate prosperity for all Hawaiians. If we get to this point faster as Hawaii, Red Hill and the fossil fuel that is currently poisoning 1 million people in Oahu and possibly more and denying you access to all your material conditions, that rail that will never be built. China builds the 13 kilometers of rail in like 2 weeks easily. It took the United States 10, 15, 20 years, and it's built broken, full of sawdust, giant cracks the size of the Grand Canyon in the so-called Honolulu Rail. The rail, high-speed public infrastructure will be built in Hawaii that will be efficient, on time, under budget. When China's Belt and Road Initiative comes through sovereign Hawaii, and you can take that one to the bank, there will never be in any public anything other than rusting the bus. As long as the U.S. empire is in Hawaii, you can take that to the bank, and you check in on this. Check in 10 years. There probably won't be a United States in 10 years. So get on it sooner than later. I hope it doesn't take my whole fucking family and all of the water from Halawa to Kahala to Hawaii Kai, from Nuuanu all the way up to the North Shore, from Waianae all the way to Waiua. I hope that every ghetto and every suburb and every ultra-rich exurb billionaire fucking $25 million per quarter acre gaudy golden mansioned massive private resort city on Oahu, I hope the whole fucking island doesn't have to be poisoned and uninhabitable before the Belt and Road comes through. Help make the Belt and Road come through before every aquifer is poisoned with U.S. military jet fuel. That's your goal. That's what you should be thinking about right now. If you're on Oahu, if you're a Hawaiian, if you're in Hawaii and you want to help, how can you help educate yourself and everyone around you and exit the U.S. empire and get China to build actual motherfucking infrastructure like they've done for billions of people in Africa, in South Central America? Hawaii would be easy. Hawaii for China would be like, you know, the U.S. is like, I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast, you know, like, that's a joke from the 90s Adam Sandler movie. But anyways, you know, China is like a marathon racer running like, 10 feet, you know? It's like Hawaii. We built infrastructure for the entire planet Earth. We built like 50,000 kilometers in less than 10 years for all of China. We have more high-speed rail than anyone else. We regreened more of the Earth than any other country on the planet. We have 70% of all the renewables. Hawaii is a tiny little island. We could rebuild all your rail like that. China could probably have the technology to clean up all that spill like that. They already have advanced like biotech and nanotech infused robots that are made to regreen and to rejuvenate the water and land of their own territory. They have like giant biotech. They're using technology along with indigenous knowledge. Giant grain wild rice with that using biological engineering as well as crayfish and prawns in an ecological ahupua'a like regenerative agricultural setup, not big ag farming, but they do it at a large scale. China could come in and help Hawaii return to the Kalakaua-esque era where the Chinese were actually coming and helping Hawaiians and Chinese together farm. Hawaii could be fixed very quickly with China's help. And the question is, How long is that going to take? Is it going to take everyone suffering and dying, and the rest of? Are they going to have to bomb all of Pohakuloa, Big Island, Kauai, all of? Are they going to turn Honolulu into a fucking Kaho'olawe hellfire missile crater making site before this happens? You want to get yourself bombed first? What is it going to take? What is it going to take, settlers and Hawaiians, so-called Hawaiians in Oahu, you fucking sellouts? How much more are you going to suffer? How much are you going to wash your children in gasoline? How long is it going to take till you let the Belt and Road come through? And I ask that of every American. How long is it going to take till you stop hating the China? That's why I have a whole song, Don't Fear the Fucking China. Because that's what it's going to... It's going to come from the descendant of the native Hawaiian socialist country that inspired Sun Yat-sen to take socialism and liberate China. China was modeled on Hawaii. Remember, China is the much more successful descendant of the successful Hawaiian technologically advanced socialism. So when China comes back, it's really just bringing back what Hawaii was. The question is, how long is this going to take for the greatest socialist indigenous success in Asia Pacific and in the world to come back? That's the only question you should be asking. Europe, you will never have anything built either. You are a bunch of fucking failures with your no magnesium, with your half of Europe over there demanding freedom of choice, saying words like we demand a freedom from tyranny. You like I thought you looked down on the Yankees, huh? Europe, Germany, Austria, with your million-person freedom rallies, huge unvaccination rates, shooting into the cops as you're burning your entire cities down just to not take vaccines. Europe, how long is it going to take for the Belt and Road to come through Europe? That's the question you should be asking. Because you ain't going to do it yourself. You fucking oligarchic fucking failures. You don't have an Africa to colonize anymore. China is going to help it liberate itself. How long will it take for the Belt and Road to come through these sad little failed places like Oahu, America, Canada, Germany, Britain, France? How long? The only question is, how long is it going to take for you to get right with your relatives? How long will it take you for you to stop being a coward and kneeling down before the rapist, racist, abuser, the biggest might makes right barbarian in chief? That's your corporation that you work for, that's your government that you work for, that's your Western non-profit, profit, government, corporate, military, anything. How long is it going to take for you to stop paying fealty and kneeling down and watching other people get abused because you work for the empire? How long is it going to take, Europe? That's the only question for the Belt and Road to come through. I hope it doesn't take too long. I hope it comes sooner. I hope less people die of COVID-19 in Europe with hundreds of thousands of deaths. China, 4,000. You're a fucking failure. You are fucking... You are like abysmal. Sweden is worse than the United States in some characteristics. What a fuck... What sock them? What socialism? What socialism? You're a fucking racist, capitalist, oligarch, colonist shitscape full of abused, disproportionately in poverty, black and Muslim people in Europe, and y'all know it. You just, the Nazis just disappeared and you're gonna, we're all good now? No, you're not all good. The Nazis are not out of Europe. You are the Nazis. The racism didn't leave America. The last racist didn't shoot Martin Luther King. You're all the motherfucking racists. And the racism and the capitalism is tied together until you can get, and that's why you have to talk about whiteness, because you can't get past that one. You know, people get, oh my God, there's so many billionaires. This is not good. But they can't get past the, but America's good though, and whiteness is, don't be race, don't be an SJW. You know what China doesn't have? Ethnic minority oppression. But that's why it works to project Uyghur genocide onto China, because you're all guilty of it, you fucking liars. How long is it gonna take for the Belt and Road to come fix your roads, bridges, water systems for the millions of poisoned people in the United States and Europe? How long is it going to take for you to learn how to follow China's world's most successful non-pharmaceutical and pharmaceutical COVID-19 measures? How long is it going to take? How long is it going to take for you to give up your Western liberal so-called democracy that never worked and never was? How long is that going to take? That's the only question you ask yourself. How long will it take before you not kneel before the emperor of China, win-win, mutually cooperate and mutually respect China? That's the only question. Is how long will it take white people and Westerners to mutually respect China and stop treating them like fucking insects and fucking authoritarian despots? and not listening to them, and talking about their women like they're a bunch of me love you long time prostitutes that just want to suck you off. That's how the French talk about the Filipinos, by the way. I was listening to a liberal boss of just some random friend, not really liberal, just some random game dev said, I would listen to my boss talking about, I had a girlfriend that was from the Philippines, and the French boss in France said, Filipinos are for sex, never marriage. That's the way that Europe still views Asia, especially Vietnam. French, Indo. Ask Luna about how the French treated Vietnam. How long is it going to take you first to stop treating Vietnam like your personal napalm war profiteering factory and sex trafficking, female sex abused sex worker farm, huh? In Korea, how long is it going to take? Is it going to take 10 years? Because let me tell you, people like Luna and other Asian women and other Asians generally not going to put up with this shit anymore, and I'm one of them. Kalakaua, one of our leaders, had invented a subaquatic vehicle when Jules Verne was still dreaming of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Hawaii was a living Wakanda, but socialist. An indigenous future more technologically, economically, and socially, politically advanced than any Western nation. I've already made this point, but just in case you want photographic evidence, this is the actual submarine subaquatic vehicle. This is also called the fish ram. This is the torpedo-proof vessel that Kalakaua invented in the 1800s. The sovereign country of Hawaii had black citizens before the U.S. Civil War. In fact, U.S. slaves that stepped onto Hawaiian soil were considered free. Chinese were full citizens in Hawaii as the U.S. chained them up to build railroads on the West Coast with terrible racism and lynchings. So again, the U.S. is still mass lynching Asians. Like this year in Georgia. And projecting its human rights violations into other countries. Hawaii was an example of, again, actual equality, democracy, existing socialism without racial hatred, greater technological advancement in a person of color nation. It put the U.S., the West, and the Europe to shame, blew the white man's burden out of the water, which was why they illegally crushed Hawaii. Again, this is why I say, what does civilization mean? When Uncle Sam, right, who are bringing Cuba, Hawaii, from oppression, barbarism, ignorance, vice. You know what Cuba is? You know what Cuba is? Cuba is what Hawaii was, but under siege, and not quite as successful as what Hawaii was. In some ways more successful, in some ways not quite as successful. Because Hawaii led the world in technology, led the world in basically every factor. Cuba leads in doctors, definitely. In the medical science, it's a very important leader. China wants to learn from Cuba's medical expertise, and that's why Cuba and China are working together. You know, as part of the group of friends in defense of the UN Charter. Right? And Cuba is not... Hawaii would look more like Cuba if it wasn't under the thumb of Uncle Sam. But here you have Uncle Sam carrying Cuba and Hawaii from oppression, barbarism, ignorance, vice, brutality, superstition, slavery, cannibalism, cruelty, and Britain over there, right? Britain carrying China, Vietnam, Asia, Africa to civilization. Again, what do these words even mean? What does barbarism even mean if it's what Uncle Sam is saving you from? If capitalism is barbarism and the Western countries are saving indigenous people from barbarism, what does that word even mean? It doesn't mean anything. What does civilization mean? Right? If Hawaii is here, right, with all of these advancements surpassing the White House, the President of the United States believed that his immortal soul will be sucked out of his anus by a toilet bowl, which is why the White House did not have indoor plumbing before the Hawaii Capitol as well. So what kind of superstition, how is Hawaii more superstitious than that nonsense? How is Hawaii more barbarous when it has full universal health care and advanced near full literacy rates and all these other things? How is Hawaii a backward country? Right? How did that shit make any sense? And then Hawaii was just incredibly embarrassing. Because if you're watching this and you're like, oh my god, I have not been through all these Silver Spook streams and can't believe I'm just learning this. If you can't believe you're just learning this, it's not because you've encountered some like massive Easter egg in the live action role-playing game called Reality. This is because your so-called K-12 and college education has absolutely failed you. This is one of the most critical things you need to know. I would argue the success of Hawaii, like the success of China, is one of the most critical things for people of Earth to know, because it teaches the possibility of socialism even existing. If you believe that the current capitalist structure, the racist, the global, the military, all the things I'm talking about, these are deeply problematic structures, and you are not learning this, you are not learning everything I'm telling you about all these other places, you are missing the most important parts of your education. And the reason why you're missing, I mean, you learn how to read, you learn how to write, but you're reading ridiculous New York Times bestseller CIA propaganda books. So what good is that? If you can do math, you can calculate, 10 times 10, and like the airspeed velocity of an unladen swaddle, or maybe the airspeed velocity of a aluminum foil with an RC engine called a Boeing aircraft, because you're a Boeing aircraft engineer or something. You know just enough to do whatever job you need to manage that tech. You know just enough of the English language, not enough, but to use Grammarly to write your Coca-Cola millennial and Gen Z relatable meme for Coca-Cola to sell another 2 Cokes today for your job as a marketer for some big corporation, right? Or just enough to do that, but you don't know enough to liberate yourself. And that's why you're like, oh my God, I didn't know this. Because that's just part of the critical education that you will never get. You will never get it from any institution under Western capitalism, its governments, and its nonprofits, like I already said. Okay? So don't, you should not be, I see the 10 comment every time I post this. Everyone is surprised by it. You should, one day, the way that we know that we're getting close to where we need to be in the United States, is when I post this meme, or when I post this thread, most Americans say, oh yeah, totally. Yeah, of course. Obviously Hawaii, and I wish that America was as advanced as Hawaii is. In fact, I'm fighting to have revolution in the United States and undo the racialized capitalism and this failed settler colonial project. And 300 million people are saying that. When 300 million people are saying that, then you're getting close. But right now, there's a lot more millions and hundreds of millions of education that has to be done. Because every time I post this, I see a bunch of people go, when I post, the United States military dropped tens of thousands of gallons of gasoline, and now the aquifers of Hawaii are not potable. What I want to see is, oh my God, obviously, shit, we should get China. We really have to build a massive indigenous-led socialist movement in the United States so we can undo the U.S. empire globally and and work with China to help them come in and do win-win infrastructure development and clean the toxic fossil fuel out of the aquifer. That's what I want to hear from the so-called Western left, but that's not what I hear. What I hear is, from the center and the right, the right is just in denial. The right, might be like, yeah, we're poisoning your ass. I hope you all die, stupid Hawaiians. And fuck even our military service men and women. The women and children can die, but as long as the man survives. The center is like, oh, that's sad. Maybe we should vote for Democrat. And the left is like, oh my God, when are they going to clean it up? You don't have an education. So this is Iolani Palace. That's Kalakaua and the other Ali. Again, Kalakaua, the one there, is the one who invented the submarine. And here's another thing you should know. So again, Asians, particularly Chinese, were a threat to the white oligarchy because of the Hui system, whereby they avoided white banks and businesses. Hui were basically co-ops. Again, I bring this up. Hui is a word that means worker-owned cooperative. It also means a meeting, coming together, working together collectively for the mutual benefit. It could also mean a political action. Chinese specifically also married into Hawaiian families, like hence names like Akana, Akao, etc. So again, I know I've been through this a lot, but it's important to reiterate it because it's easy to forget it. The U.S. backed gunboat diplomacy. The U.S. Had U.S. gunboat diplomacy back a Hawaii coup, colluding with local white capitalist sugar plantation and other U.S. White capitalist oligarch entities to smash Hawaii's non-white country, building actual anti-racist, socialist, thriving, successful civilization. And that was a blueprint that would be used on Asian, Pacific Islander, Latin American, African countries across the world. These are actual cartoons used to back this. So again, this is published in the United States paper. Okay, everything that you read basically in the Western magazines, cartoons, most blue check marks, most everything is all stuff that has a political. Everything is political. It all has an ultimate end. Even puff piece articles. I remember reading lifestyle magazine, like just some random recipe book, like CNN recipes, or it was just like some random recipe, not blog, but recipe. How to cook a Thanksgiving turkey on some lifestyle magazine, Martha Stewart, and then a AI ad about AI article in Wired about how self-driving vehicles and this test of how AI and people would deal with self-driving vehicle questions in different places like the United States, and the LiDAR and ultrasonic sensors for the vehicle are getting close enough, but we're not quite at the point of being able to stop, within 2 meters of complicated, human crosswalk traffic patterns, etc. The AI's facial recognition and pattern recognitions were not up to snuff. And then they're talking about how, and then in the article about AI and robots, you think you're reading about, oh, cool, nerd shit for me to read and think about how fun it is to have AI piloted SUVs, and I want a Tesla that can drive, with me playing, Call of Colonialism in it and live streaming it to the U.S. military recruitment scheme. I'm sorry, it's called Twitch. The number one place for the U.S. Air Force and Navy and Marines and Army to recruit soldiers is through watching them play AAA video games. Anyways, and then in the middle of the article it says in Venice, in the U.S., people said, citizens were asked, would you ask the car to veer away from a baby in a stroller to hit 10 people? Or would you rather hit, keep going straight and hit the baby in the stroller? Should you hit an old person or a young person? 2 old people and 1 young person? In Venezuela, however, all of the people, because they live under a horrible oligarchic authoritarian government, that privileges its rich over the expense of the starving poor under communism, the Venezuelans always asked they said in the trolley problem, they had the self-driving car always crash into 10 poor people and spare the rich person. So, in an article, so what I'm saying is, that's why I say everything you read, you think you're reading tech, you think you're reading puff piece, it's a fiction article. It's history. It's not history. It's bullshit. It's airbrushing 160 slaves owned by a racist, capitalist, white aristocrat cis man called Thomas Jefferson. That was a murderer and a rapist, right? But you're never reading. You're not reading what you think you're reading. The propaganda is being always infused throughout news articles, books, blue check mark, anything. The propaganda is all the little things they're dropping in about Venezuela, about Cuba, about China. They're going like, should we rein in big tech companies? Well, you see, in despotic authoritarian China, where nobody has any human rights and the police are constantly kicking in doors and there's no freedom and the government cannot be criticized, their tech companies and their Weibo is constantly. You're not reading about AI. What you're reading is you are learning something. Maybe you're probably learning nothing about AI and Facebook, because Facebook owns every U.S. corporation and all the media, just like all the other big tech that are all in collusion, right? What the fuck? You're never gonna read anything in. The purpose of that article about Facebook is to make China seem bad. And then in Venezuela, they're rolling out authoritarian regimes to help the Communist Party stay in power. And in North Korea, they're using surveillance. When you think you're reading about climate change is horrible. What are we going to do? Lockheed Martin donated $1 million to clean up an oil spill, and 90% of that went straight to fucking the nonprofit's executive that is in a revolving door Senate seat that's going to go back to work for Lockheed Martin and didn't clean shit up. But Lockheed Martin cleaned up this oil spill, and it spilled another fucking 200 million tons of radioactive waste and PFAS into Okinawa, Hawaii, Guam, and the rest of the fucking occupied world. Meanwhile, China is the biggest polluter, blah, 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 blah. The article is not about cleaning anything. The article is about making China look bad. That's what every book and story and movie and news article and fiction and nonfiction in the Western world is about making China look bad. That's really the point. Whatever the story, the entertainment, the reason why you get a liberal arts degree and learn how to write sesquipedalian fancy sentences for a bunch of overeducated, 8-year degree or 4-year having liberal arts majors in the Western world, rather than my father or just some random, hippie hipster in fucking upstate New York or whoever you are. The reason why you get an education is so you can write something entertaining to hold people's attention while the anti-communist propaganda is instilled into their brain. But the entertainment is the entertainment factor of every movie, every book, every game, every article, everything is secondary to the primary function that you are always fulfilling in the West as a stormtrooper with book writing or movie making characteristics, which is to put this into people's heads, that Hawaii was a backwards shithole with kings. In this authoritarian regime of Hawaii, the native Hawaiians are polluting their environment by allowing, this is literally what they said about us on Mauna Kea. Here in the authoritarian tanky Hawaii, the king of Hawaii is a landlord, just like Luna Oi is the Vietnamese queen of Vietnam, right? Right, you fucking anti-Asian, racist, sexist, disgusting, Western, so-called leftist. I see a lot of people saying that kind of shit too. Hi, I'm some white man. I'm gonna have a blue check mark and I'm an Asian specialist. Luna, let me see your hands, or I don't believe you're a farmer. Everything that you do and you say, that's its final purpose, is to stop successful socialism. Doesn't matter what it is. Whether somebody was entertained by the sense of wonder in that Asimovian science fiction about, rectilinear prisms coming down from space and gifting semi-sapient monkeys transcendent neural capacity, whatever, the purpose about these stories is not about having a sense of wonder. The purpose is, in that modern story, that's probably gonna, go like, and then the Chinese did X and Y, and then the communists, and then the Vladimir Harkonnen was the evil bad man, and the good white space colonizer, Paul Atreides, is the good guy. That's the whole point of that fucking story. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It's all garbage. It's all shit. That's why I gotta make this game called the Decolonizators. Because every game in the West is all shit with a handful of exceptions. Anyways, in 1893, members of the white business community met in a corporate office in Honolulu to plan a coup against the elected government of Queen Liliuokalani. They were not sure how far they wanted to go, but they knew that they had the support of the chief U.S. diplomat of Hawaii. So again, there will never be any movies that are made in the United States or any books that are written that are read that are very popular in the Western world that go through this. This will not be allowed to happen. So you quit your corporations, quit the West, and join the indigenous people and the decolonial portions of the world, especially in the United States, because you're never gonna do any of this. You're never gonna say true things. You're all gonna be the closest. You have the option now, because there are the more people that leave their corporate jobs and then are capable of by doing work and then paying each other directly, cooperative to cooperative, right? Or external capitalists, like, on Patreon or whatever it happens to be. The less people working for the corporations, the less power that they have, and the more power that we have, and the more economic power that we have to fund other projects. You know what I'm saying? So in the United States and in the West, this can really spiral quickly if people start taking the Great Resignation. It should not just be the Great Resignation. It should be the Great Resignation and then the Great Starting Up of fully non-capitalists actually left methods of organizing their labor. Great Resignation, keep resigning, resign a lot faster. Resign even more. You love to see it. Look at all the McDonald's wages going up. Oh, $20 an hour, please come back to McDonald's. And you see people like Taco Bell, Wendy's, the workers throw French fries and dump all the grease pans out, leave a mess, and just all leave, just quit, all at the same time. You see all of the, we can't say do anything illegal, but people are huge stores are just lots of material and rings and jewelry and a very expensive product is just, suddenly, leaving the store in a lot of places. And there's not a lot the corporations can do about it because people are so pissed off. And a lot of the workers fuck, I ain't gonna, some of these people are armed. I'm not gonna stop people from taking stuff from all these stores. And because, people are getting increasingly over this nonsense, and people should keep getting over the nonsense. The corporations never deserve to have a bunch of underpaid, burger freaking flipping grease pit, COVID death, and COVID permanent damage havers. You know, you never deserve the maltreatment at any of these corporations. These were all, as I've said before, every capitalist, you know, you should know this, especially if you're a leftist, every capitalist business has, you know, Richard Wolff can tell you this, right? As one reason, it's to make profit, and you are never being paid what you're worth. You are always having your labor value exploited. You are always in an exploited relationship. You're always in an abusive relationship, and it's also often sexual abusive. It's a gender misogynistically abusive. Is often anti-trans, like all of the tech workforce, but not just them. Basically, every corporation is run by mostly cis white guys. So it's always abusive. Its structure is fundamentally wrong. Look, we need stakeholders. You know, I talk about like the production companies. Every job in the United States, with the exception of the fully non-capitalist cooperative, and even some of them are not, they have to undo all the racism, sexism internally. But every capitalist corporation in the United States and in Canada and all these other places are fundamentally abusive, and you should quit them all and start new ones. There's no you are the talent. The workers are the talent. You don't need executives. You don't need CEOs. You don't need these fucking cis white guys telling you what to do. Quit the fucking things. Start action, and then you can not only can you say what you want to say and not be in fear of losing your job. Not only can you stop having to dance around and make your non-straight, your queer brown self justify your existence to some white guy who isn't doing anything but inheriting his daddy's wealth and then running the company. Not only we have to not put up with that abuse and feeling like, I was just talking to somebody who was like, every day I go into work I feel like crying because I have to like try to justify my existence and my fellow non-straight, cis, brown and non-man people's existence. I have to justify like why indigenous people should be cared about in tech or in this company. You shouldn't feel like crying every day of your job. I don't feel like crying every day of my job, you know? And I'm like, I feel bad for everybody else. Learn what it's like to not be horribly abused emotionally, financially, in a racist, in a sexist way every day of your life. Learn what that's like by quitting your job and then starting something else. You might make less money. Pro tip, try to move somewhere where it's cheaper, like don't live in Oahu. It's all poison anyway. Don't live in those cities. Try not to live in too deep of an expensive city if you can, because it's hard. Quit that job. Start something that is actually not abusive. You know, you talk about, hey, if you're the kind of person that tells other people, hey, you know that person you're with, that boyfriend or girlfriend or non-binary friend, that person is really abusive. You should get out of that. You know, you feel bad and you're like, you got to get out of that toxic relationship. If you're the kind of person that tells other people to get out of toxic relationships, and there are a lot of them, basically most of them in the Western world, especially cis white dudes and their spouses, white women or Asian women sometimes, a lot, you know, the sexual the anti-Asian and anti-women shit there is horrific. Go watch Luna Oi's YouTube or Twitter comments. Oh my God. Or Radio Free Amanda. But if you're somebody that tells other people to get out of abusive romantic relationships or other relationships, and you're not trying to get out from your abusive capitalism, your capitalist corporate boss relationship, you're kind of a hypocrite. You're not really taking your own advice. You should be trying to get out, especially now that everyone else is getting out. Everyone's getting out. 4 million people just resigned. Bosses, tech companies, big companies, corporations, fast food, restaurants, even public schools, they can't find teachers because people want to fucking go and jeopardize the lives of children in fucking places that are not having, and they're also paying my father is teaching for $10 an hour. 7 years old. What the fuck are you even doing? But anyway, get out of the school system is a brain poison facility in the United States. And it's also a COVID spreading facility in the United States. You shouldn't send your kids to any school. That's child abuse. So if you tell people to get out of abusive relations, if you care about children, you should get all the children out of every Western school where they learn wrong shit. And you should get them all get out of your fucking capitalist corporation. You're in the police. Are you in the, you probably aren't in the police or military. I know some people are in the military that watch this though. Get out of that military. What are you working for the stormtroopers for? How many more of these streams you gotta watch? Or it's just like self-flagellation, masochism day for you. Get out. Is the world on fire or is it not on fire? Which one is it? to push the country back into poverty, diseducate people, obliterate the history. So again, when you participate, again, in all these things I'm saying, you participate in the continued obliteration of all of our history, the poverty and the diseducation of our people, the de-development of its infrastructure, plundering of our resources, turning us all into cheap labor. That's what my parents are. My father is $10 an hour cheap labor to teach children at the age of 70 with a master's degree. This is hilarious. I mean, it would be hilarious if it wasn't so sad. He has a master's degree, lives in an impoverished ghetto. All his children are floundering. My brother can't leave his place of work. He literally can't leave. He has to stay at his place of work, which is too bad. I would love him to be able to, like, we can leave if we want to. Not, we don't leave the Silver Spook Hui too much, but we don't tend to leave it a lot because of COVID-19. Our kids are gonna get the second shot at least, but Omicron is coming, but we're not like locked in. But because they're working for a nonprofit, which is, again, the United States doesn't have nonprofits. It has stealth, for-profit, tax-deductible money laundering schemes for billionaires to give senators, representatives, congresspeople, judges, and anyone else they need to bribe a bunch of money through the board of directors of the nonprofit. That's what those are for. So everybody, and so that's what's happening is that's why I had to work here, is because Hawaii went from everything I was showing. Hawaii went from here, industrialized, universal healthcare, all the things I just said, to 10 cities, homeless children, Holly and I and the children homeless, while working full time, right? For mostly Asian and Pacific Islander and at-risk youth and Native Hawaiians. And yeah, with the big, see, my father is denying genocide. I mean, motherfucker, even your own Western institutions that you're defending, like, are fully admitting that the genocide happened. Even Bill Clinton signed an apology saying sorry for the deep abuse and stealing and theft of the land and the illegal occupation and the illegal fraudulent annexation of the Hawaiian sovereign country in the 1800s and the genocide. Bill Clinton literally had a formal written apology. I'm like, why are you defending it? But that's what happened to Hawaii. 13.4% of Hawaiians don't have access to some kind of healthcare of any kind. Hawaiians have the shortest life expectancy, as I keep bringing up. 40% of the population is in prisons or jails. 50% are housed in facilities on the mainland. 41% of Native Hawaiians are we're about 4 times more likely to be represented in prisons. This is the kind of places that we live in that you don't see. The tour buses don't take you down to go see. Even if you don't live on the street like that, you still underhoused. Every relative I know that's Native Hawaiian, or even not even full Hawaiian, they go mixed, whatever. They all live super underhoused, even working full time, because that's what it costs to live in Hawaii. Like I'm talking about 20 people to a 3-bedroom house is normal. So that is not acceptable. That's not humane. That is not dignified. That's not how we treat ourselves. That's not how Hawaiians treat people. That's not how the Chinese people treat. That's not how the Chinese treat people. That's not how the Vietnamese treat people. That's not how the Cubans treat people. That's not how all the other places treat people. You are being maltreated. Squid Game is not just is a metaphor, but it's also a metaphor of the United States. It's a metaphor for the history of Vietnam, of Korea. Every game in Squid Game represents a different atrocity that happened. That's the thing. Like red light, green light. It's not just like random games. They actually, each of those games represents a massacre, and it's not like, and then capitalism metaphorically kills many people. That's why a lot of people who die in Squid Game. Oh my God! It's a metaphor for the way that capitalism causes people to suffer. No, it is that, but it's also a metaphor for Korean massacres. Each one, some of them, hundreds of thousands of people were massacred, just asking for rights in different ways that they were massacred. It's the crimes of the U.S.-backed capitalist South Korean puppet government to this day. And that's why the North Korean character in Squid Game is very sympathetic, because most Koreans actually, they don't really view it that way. They view themselves as, like Hawaiians, forced to accept a Western capitalist, imperialist occupation to maintain capitalism and to do what? Attack China, plunder China, make war on China. South Korea is where they have the nuclear missiles aimed at Beijing. It's one of the closest points. Anyways, so our Asian and Pacific Islander struggles are interlinked, as I bring up. In so many, our Asian and Pacific Islander cultures are interlinked. That's why Hui is the same word in Hawaiian and in Chinese and Vietnamese and in Maori. It means working together collectively for the mutual benefit of all, with win-win respect. On the Shakang Shahui, or the La Hui of Hawaii, or the Hui, let's come work on this fish pond or this lo'i together and not for capitalist benefit under the luau, where we take the poi and the fish and the produce of the land that is our mother and we redistribute it from the youngest and the oldest and the sick first according to need. This is why the United States needs to stop us. But the US and Western imperialism's days are numbered. Hawaiians are learning our own language and history. Despite US attempts to stop it, and we are building a prosperous, advanced, yet culturally Hawaiian world. A plurinational state as our indigenous Bolivian socialist relatives at the MAS and the Quechua and the Guarani people that are building that across, happening very fast, by the way. The AOS is being replaced by, I think it's CELAC. It's an alternate anti-imperialist socialist international South and Central American organization that is this is happening a lot faster than even it was a couple years ago. This is an image from Neofeud 2, of course, that deals with what a future Hawaii might look like. This is just like a very rough visualization, with our liberated people, with our own symbols, our own culture, with other ethnic regions and other ethnic cultures coexisting with ours, as the Hawaiians and the Chinese did, and the Hawaiians and other peoples did at one point in time before we were trampled and crushed. This is from 2019, so this is 2 years ago. 10,000 marched in Waikiki. 100 to 200,000 people marched. About 15% of all of the population of Hawaii marched merely for not merely, but for the trampling of Hawaiian culture against the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Indigenous People, based on the illegal occupation and desecration of Mauna Kea by multi-billion-dollar U.S. Silicon Valley billionaire Gordon Moore, co-founder of Intel, for all the tech nerds out there. University of California system, 30 Canadian universities, all of Canada, its government, Japan and India, all the colluders on Mauna Kea, and 150,000 people came out, at least, for these actions. Hawaii could have this level of action again for this new pollution of the Oahu aquifers, which are, again, currently poisoning hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people, potentially, based on where they work. Because when you work, that also impacts everything. And not just where you live, it's also where you go to work, where you eat when you're at work. What food, what water is that McDonald's French fries and that burger and that lettuce being washed in? What is that ramen being cooked in? It's got to be cooked in some water. Is it being cooked in bottled water every time? Or are you drinking fossil fuel filled garbage water, poison water? Because if you work in Honolulu, that water aquifer, again, basically everyone on Oahu, almost everyone is impacted, because it's all of downtown Honolulu that has U.S. military jet fuel permeating those underground deep freshwater lens. That's all the drinking water and washing water and bathing water. So when is Hawaii going to rise up again and demand a little more? There's a version of 2019 on December 26, 2019. I remember this because we were watching Mauna Kea. We were up on Mauna Kea during this time. The U.S. military and police did this largest action in the history of the United States, in the history of Hawaii, actually, but also the illegal state of Hawaii. The largest action, police and military together, was on Mauna Kea. They brought every police department from all the islands onto Mauna Kea, Oahu, Maui. They brought the U.S. military, National Guard, LRAD sound cannons, B-52H Stratofortresses were flown up from Guam to terrorize us. They dropped 15,000 pounds of C4 equivalent high explosives from US B-52s, the same B-52s they would later and previously use to bomb Afghanistan, including to drop in the single largest day in total payload of bombing. The United States military dropped with the same B-52s they bombed on Pohakaloa, on Mauna Kea. They dropped bombs on Uyghurs and killed Uyghur Muslims. They bombed our mountain. They brought Black Hawk helicopters to terrorize elder Native Hawaiians, flying the copters over our tents on the territory that's supposed to be unceded Hawaiian territory. They're flying fucking Black Hawk copters, blasting the lights in the middle of the night to keep us up. Mass arresting Hawaiians. 8,000 plus people arrested. Illegally, really. It's all illegal occupation, so it's all illegal arrests. On December 26th, they gave an ultimatum. The Japanese settler ass in the war criminal, in the good spirit, in the proud representation of his Inouye settler war criminal forefather, right? Daniel Senator Inouye, one of the most senior senators in the United States military, industrial complex in the Pentagon. Mr. Ige said, every Hawaiian will leave that mountain or you will all be rounded up with tear gas. We're going to bring out the dogs. We're going to bring out the U.S. military is going to round all 10,000 of you up on that mountain, and you're all going to be shipped off to prison. Ige gave a very threatening ultimatum. After 6 months and tens of millions of dollars spent on policing and all the police being pulled off from Waikiki, all the Japanese tourists, the cops, the only thing they do is they chase down somebody who mugs a Japanese tourist and they get the wallet back so that the Japanese will come back and they say, oh, please don't write a bad Yelp review so you have more Japanese tourists coming back to Waikiki to keep spending massive amounts of money in the tourism industrial complex that prostitutes Hawaiian culture with fake cellophane, plastic, Lay's, and coconut, fake coconut shell bras, doing fake Hawaiian dance, right? And they're running out of hotel defending billionaire cops to keep the rich tourists safe and keep Harrison Ford having a nice time, fucking sunning in the front of the Hilton and the Sheraton with his, I've actually seen Harrison Ford there before. But anyways, and all movie stars in the little white sand beach with your Corona commercial blue horizon and your $10,000 fucking a night hotel room. And the illegal government of the state of Hawaii said, get off of that mountain, we're going to arrest you all, right? And when that happened, basically they said that, and the next day nothing happened. And that was the end of their attempt to build this illegitimate project. But part of me kind of wishes that the United States military and police, I kind of wish the US military and police would have tried. I wish they would have tried to round up 10,000 people and see what would happen. Because there's another version of 2019 where there is no state of Hawaii anymore. I mean, there is no state of Hawaii. It's an illegal state. But people actually get shot on the mountain, and it pisses off so many people of Hawaii. They get so radically and so quickly educated, right? That we're not sitting here in 2021 watching Silver Spook talk about his entire family and half of the island of Oahu not have potable drinking water or bathing water, and people getting rashes and throwing up because they drank one glass of Hawaii water. There's another version where the Belt and Road is already building. The Belt and Road has already, US Navy ain't gonna clean up their motherfucking 160 million gallons of Star Destroyer and F-22 Raptor and US World War II era jet fuel in its stored underground skyscraper-sized tanks. No fucking way. US is gonna leave with its tanks there the same way it left Vietnam, with thousands of unexploded mines that are blowing the legs off of little children in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. The US is gonna leave the same way it left 2/3 of Afghanistan without electricity, bombed to the Stone Age. US is gonna leave. Make no mistake, the US will never clean anything up in Hawaii. Not anything, not at that scale, not the US military. It's going to leave, and the Chinese and the group of friends, anti-imperial socialist countries in defense of the UN Charter, are going to come to Hawaii or help in partnership with Hawaii, and they're going to help to clean that up. That's what's going to happen. The U.S. military is going to leave that shit in the ground. So, Hawaiians, how long? We fake Hawaiian, especially Oahuans. Most of the Oahu is all fucking fake Hawaiians. How long are you going to get real? It's going to take for you to get real. Do this again, but do it all the way. How long is that going to take? That's the only question you should ask yourself. Because there's another version where the U.S. military goes full. It really depends on it. A lot of this, when it comes to internal to the imperial metropole, there's never really been any successful revolutions ultimately in imperial metropoles. But when it comes to more developed societies with deeply oppressed underclasses in these kind of colonized conditions, the colonizer, the oppressor decides kind of the shape of the uprising in some ways. Without no organization and no education, there is no uprising. There is no undoing, and there's no undoing the colonization, undoing the oppression. But the way that Ige chose to respond, the way the U.S. Empire chose to attack Hawaiians, if the U.S. Empire did nothing, we wouldn't have had this. That's the other thing too. So I'm kind of happy that Ige said racist shit like Hawaiians are a bunch of backward savages leaving their cigarette butts and they're drinking and shitting all over their mountain. They're just a bunch of thieves and petty. These Hawaiians don't even care about their own mountain. What are they talking about? Sacred. That's what he said. That inflamed it. I wish Ige would have sent more police and more cops to that mountain and kept them up there and tried to violently just beat the shit out of the Hawaiians, because that would have taken it to the next level. And then we wouldn't be, because, you know, I mean, I can't guarantee what would happen, but it would have escalated to a whole nother realm, you know? Could have had, like, you know, Hawaii Squid Game General Strike Plus, you know? Who knows? 60% of Hawaii, I mean, actually, most of the people under the age of 40 identify as Hawaiian or ally with the indigenous people of Hawaii. Something, you know, they're actually not, they don't identify as American anymore. So, you know, there might not be an illegal occupation anymore, you know? There's a reason why the U.S. is scared. They should be fucking scared. Even the U.S. soldiers would be like, what the fuck am I doing here getting poisoned? What are you? If you know, by the way, if you are in Hawaii, you know any U.S. soldiers, anybody know anybody in the U.S. military? Ask all your relatives, do you know that your bases in all of these places, the U.S. military is letting its own troops and their babies, that's even worse. The infants, the 2-year-olds, the 3-year-old U.S. soldier and officer children were allowed to consume gasoline-filled water for days before the soldiers were notified. You should ask all of the U.S. and I know you know some military people in your family. I know somebody who works on Terminus Cyberstar, multiple that were in the military. You should ask all your military servicemen and women and everybody else, hey, did you know that this is how the U.S. is treating your people? Just because I heard somebody else came out in that thread, by the way. Another ex-U.S. military said they did this to us in Okinawa. They even poisoned U.S. military servicemen and women over there. In these other bases I've been on, they've let the stuff leak. Our children get poisoned. My son has permanent damage, and I can't do anything about it because the U.S. military denied that even happened. We're all getting COVID-19. The U.S. military doesn't even let us get, like, they don't even really give a shit if we get it. We're all just getting COVID-19 and dying, right? Did you know that's how they treat, you know? Because then that increases, that erodes the U.S. is a mythology. The U.S. is just a story. It's a bad story. It's a disgusting story. It's a lie. It's called Thanksgiving. We just learned about it. It's called didn't you learn anything Thanksgiving? I thought this is the end of Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is an American myth to cover up its genocide, its slavery, and the continued imperialism, death, and backing of capitalism the world around. America is a really thin, shitty story, and it shouldn't exist anymore, right? And if enough soldiers believe that what they're fighting for is a lie, and they all quit, what is the U.S. military? It's just a bunch of rusting hunks of steel and a really tacky flag that represents 13 indigenous genocide and black slavery-filled colonies, and a bunch of stars that represent indigenous genocide and racialized capitalism-filled states. That's all the U.S. is. So tell everybody that you know. Tell everybody to never go. You should all leave Oahu. Get off of Oahu. Tell everybody that the property values on Oahu are going to plummet because that water is not even potable anymore. Everybody just don't realize it yet. I mean, it's very possible that the water there it's inevitable that amount of oil is just going to flow into the larger. The thing is, it's in this one pipe, but it's not. It's only in this one small well that's separate from the other aquifer. But a lot of the scientists are like, no, this one aquifer, it all flows together. You can't really control
what you can't keep the gasoline in one part of the ground once it's in the ground. It's gonna all flow to that aquifer. So it's only a matter of time before all of Oahu, and that's why the government is admitting this. The water is cut off for all of past Halawa. So most of about half the population of Oahu is cut off from its main aquifer right now, right? Tell everyone that it's only a matter of time until it comes out that Waikiki is uninhabitable. Oahu is uninhabitable. Sell your Oahu property now. Get out from under that before the flood comes. Hey, you thought you were gonna make money with $1 million new Wanu house? You thought you were gonna make money flipping your Hawaii Kai fucking $2 million mansion? Oh, I'm sorry, it's gonna be going down. You're gonna lose money. Get out now. Get out now. I mean, yeah, fuck the Ponzi real estate scheme. The whole fucking thing is all hyperinflated central bank, quantitative easing, infinity, fucking Jerome Powell, Bernanke, hot air, Milton Friedmanian bullshit. Nothing on Oahu is worth what it's worth. Pop that motherfucker, just like a really shitty Shiba Inu coin 2.0. Pop that motherfucker. You know, pop it like tulips. You know, pop it like, you know, subprime real estate with no income, no jobs, no assets, based on Applebee's waitresses getting $1.5 million loans to get a McMansion in Florida. You know what I'm saying? It's all McMansion bullshit in Oahu. Fuck that real estate. Then you might have affordable housing one day when the water's potable again, after the Belt and Road in China comes through and helps you rebuild it. But helps when China and the sovereign country of Hawaii have control. When the sovereign country of Hawaii has control, and they can work in mutual cooperation with China to clean up the poison, to clean up and rebuild the poison pipes of Kalihi Valley, and the lead and the zinc and the copper that's leaching into my family and my neighbor and other kids, the Neofeud real kids. When China helps rebuild them pipes, right? Then I'll come back to Oahu. Maybe I'll come back one day and I'll come live in my Ahupua'a, where I'm actually from. Because China and sovereign Hawaii will have rebuilt it under indigenous Hawaiian Asian Pacific socialism and win-win cooperation. So sell your house, get everyone to sell their house, tell everyone anything that bad about Oahu that you possibly can. I mean, don't make shit up. I mean, I'm not making this shit up. I mean, the water was already shit before this spill. Fucking 27,000 gallons spilled in 2014. This stuff, ask Positive Synergy. I mean, everybody kind of knows. I mean, people are just sitting there in a while going, "Oh yeah, the water's good." Oh fuck! I just coughed up some blood and I got blood in my stool. The water's great. The water's great because you work for who? Who you work for? Oh, you work for Alexander Baldwin. You work for the real estate. Oh, you work for the military. Oh, you work for Hawaii State Government, the board of. What do you work for? What, the golf course? You work for the tourism industrial complex. You work for Roberts Hawaii. You work for Hawaiian Air. You gotta say good things on the Twitter and the LinkedIn, or how you gonna get a job. Oh, I love the water. I love it. Oh, I love working 14 hours a day. I love dancing the fake hula. Why you do that to yourself? Why you do that to yourself? Don't be like my parents. Die humiliated. Fake Hawaiian. Quit that fucking job. I mean, if you gotta come Big Island. Sell your fucking overpriced house. Take the $2 million. Start a giant cooperative commune somewhere on, east side of Big Island. And then we're gonna go back and retake that island one day. Like in a video game. Why you humiliate yourself in these ridiculous so-called universities, so-called corporate jobs, dancing your fucking fake plastic hula, backing the crushing of Hawaii, poisoning yourself. Why you do that to yourself? I know there's at least 2 Hawaiians listening to this, so after $15 million lost in law enforcement costs failure and declare Kaiai, governor pulls police from Mauna Kea. You know, when I said shit like this, I lost 2 jobs doing this. So I really mean that. You can't say certain things, especially not on social media. Of course your employer is looking at everything you post on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, your YouTube channel. I know, but you know who's my employer? You know who's my employer? Me and Holly. We're all worker cooperative. We're the Silver Spokui. I don't have to do anything I don't want to fucking do. But you do. Because your university, your boss, your other employer, they're gonna get you in trouble. Right? Your landlord that you pay the rent to. We don't have no fucking landlord. Because you know why? Because we can afford to get this. And we got enough with who together. So we don't have to pay no fucking landlord. We don't have to pay no fucking lord. I don't pay no fucking student debt. I don't pay any of this bullshit. If you're a young person, don't get a student loan. Then you're going to have to go get a shitty job in the corporate world. And you're going to be paying undying fealty to your fucking owner. And then you're going to have to rein your tongue in.
Why am I the only person saying shit like this about Hawaii? It shouldn't be just me. It's me, there's Osari, there's a couple people. But I mean, as far as I know, I'm like the only person saying all of this all together. Shouldn't be just me. Should be all of you. Why isn't it? Why isn't it? You should ask yourself that. Anyways. I heard somebody, I don't know if I can say it because, you know, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Motherfucker, I'm not saying all right things. I know I said at least 5 different wrong things. I know I said at least, I'm going to say wrong thing. You say you say the true thing as best as you can. And then when you learn better, then you say, then you try to get that, and then you fix it, and then you say it the next time. But everybody, when I'm the only one fucking saying this, and everyone else is calling themselves leftists, dicking around in their little Discord, spreading bullshit, grifting all over the fucking place, or doing nothing, just sitting around doing nothing when they could be doing shit. Is the world on fire or is it not? You know? Is it your Kuleana or is it not? What the fuck is it? What if Kalakaua and Lidio Kalani, Kalakaua's famous last words, tell them I tried. The people that suffered and died trying to save Hawaii. If they come back and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you even doing? The other people that fought and died of plagues, of genocide, trying to save Hawaii, trying to save the world from the oppression of slavery, capitalism, Western barbarism, anti-communism, imperialism. If the Sun Yat-sens come back for all the Asians, if Sun Yat-sen came back and said, I wanted a China liberated socialist, I want that to come to the rest of the world. I am the Sun Yat-sen, the diaspora Chinese representative. And he come back and he's like, what? I built the revolution based on the modern socialist technological advance, liberated Hawaii. Anti-imperialist, and I brought it to China, and I want that to happen everywhere. I want this world to be there. That's ultimately what the final plan was. What are you doing? What are you doing to realize finally this global vision? What are you doing? You just letting Silver Spook do all the work? Quit your corporate job, quit your university job, quit your police job, quit your military job, whatever it is. You know, I mean, I'm not saying like you gotta get your finances shit straight, figure out what you're gonna do, figure out what you're gonna try to do, figure out all other things you can do. There are other things. Like the Democracy Now, I know Democracy at Work, I know has a huge list of all these cooperatives. There are tools for how to start up cooperatives, like at Democracy at Work. You could ask me. I mean, I don't have lots of time to do all this kind of stuff, but you know, anyway, I've made this point many times already, so I'll stop making it. But you know, I don't think that we will ever get back to this thing that we had or something close. We don't want to go back in time, but we want to continue the temporarily slowed project of advanced international anti-imperialist indigenous normal human civilization, also known as socialism. We want to continue this project and stop the temporarily reversal of it since the illegal occupation of Hawaii, in Hawaii specifically. We want to undo this temporarily reversal, because you can't stop this. China, the communism will win, and the indigenous socialist civilization will win. It's already winning. China is already beating the US. I go over that all the time, so I'm not going to go over how they're beating it militarily, AI, big tech, moderating the excesses even under their current form of Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics. But the question is how much longer? How much longer? How much more damage? How much more irrevocable damage, right? You talk about people, I love these white climate people. They talk about, irreversible damage. If it's so irreversible, why aren't you not more radical, right? If you're saying this stuff, a lot of this damage that's going to be done to the soil, to the air, to the water of the earth cannot be undone. How come you're sitting over there working for the shitty NGO? The shitty fake nonprofit? Why are you working for that corporation? Why are you still doing that? Huh? Why aren't you acting like it's more urgent? Anyway, it's almost 2. I have not touched Independence Day, but that's, I think I was just, let's talk about U.S. myth-making and projection of guilt into space aliens and exterminators of life on Earth. I did not talk about this, but, I just want to say, the myth that the United States is defending the world from evil in the Cold War, from communism, from all these authoritarian despots, all of them Asian, basically, the biggest ones. From Asian authoritarian communist despotism, tyranny. And Independence Day, after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War, the United States had no enmity. It's about preservation of enmity, as I often bring up in all of these movies. It's about threat inflation of the great evil out there. And Independence Day was representative of the heyday of this. I find it funny because Independence Day is a movie where Will Smith, Jeff Goldblum, as the Democrat, highly educated, PhD, scientist, computer hacker, SIGINT nerd, who likes throwing away his aluminum cans into the recycle bin to save the world. Will Smith, the U.S. military representative, worked together with the white man who's gone through the white fragility conference. And he's just a good American military fighter. And a U.S. military leads the international NATO coalition, basically, against a massive existential threat, right? Under the rekindling the U.S. revolution, the myth of the United States independence is great, free Western democracy liberating itself from the shackles of European feudalism and tyranny and monarchy. This is part of the myth, the lie. The West, as I brought up previously, the West has not progressed and gotten better. It's actually gotten worse. The United States is worse than Britain was, I would argue, even in its heyday, because America has the capacity to nuke everything. It is dominating more of the earth. It is ending the capacity for the planet Earth to support life. Britain never even came close to having that capacity. So the myth of independence is that the United States is foundational to the United States. And movies like this solidify that in the imagination of the Americans, including my father. I've already talked at length about, and so the Chinese, right? You probably know what I'm gonna say already, right? The Chinese represent this massive, hyper advanced, technological, mysterious alien threat coming for you, for the Uyghurs, for the Tibetan Buddhist monks are being led out to the pasture and forced re-educated. The Taiwanese are having their advanced Western liberal democracy suppressed, and the indigenous people of Taiwan just want to secede, and it's the same thing as Native Americans and all this bullshit that people are putting out there. The Hong Kong people just want freedom and democracy, not that they're backed by the US CIA color revolutionaries and throwing acid on people and causing mass ruckus to destabilize the oldest and wisest civilizations with a successful meritocracy who has gotten out from under the century of humiliation, right? The US requires China in particular now. US plays around China often, right? It plays around China, but now China is so close to finally. America is. John McCain famously said, I believe, the Arab Spring, which is how social media and Twitter and the blue check mark world, not just the blue check, all social media, which is where 80% of the news is gotten from, all media, all information about the modern current events is coming through social media now. The Arab Spring is a fire, is spreading like wildfire. It is a contagion that will spread coming to Moscow and Beijing. So that was always the plan, is to weaponize planetary interactive disinformation called social media. And that's why the CIA is working with ASPI to wipe Twitter accounts off the face of it. I think Brian Berletic just got his Twitter and Facebook deleted. Actual journalists are just getting wiped off of Twitter right now. White people and Western leftists are freaking out. Oh my God, is this happening? Motherfucker, this is always happening. Every time I stream, I say this is the Death Star satellites. Anyway, so that has always been the plan, and China, now the United States is directly focusing all of its attention onto China, getting all of its Europeans. Germany is going, oh, we praise the Taiwan Independence Party. Come to the next big summit. India is jumping on this, right? Everybody works for the United States empire, the white supremacist capitalist empire of the earth, right? And so the U.S. is now it has been fomenting all this, all the anti-Asian, all the anti-China propaganda nonstop. It is going to be fully pushing for war. It's another reason why the United States, we in Hawaii, we can play even another critical role as a part of the international normal human indigenous civilization people, also known as anti-imperialist socialism. We, as a part of the group of friends of the earth, the Kanaka Maoli branch of the global Silk Road and the Belt and Road, the new Silk Road, the new win-win cooperative Aloha indigenous civilization, we can work together with the Chinese and others by undoing the U.S. empire's platform. If Hawaii, as they said, is the platform to make war on China, how is Hawaii going to continue to wage this failed, catastrophic, needless, multi-trillion-dollar, possibly nuclear, global Armageddon, nuclear winter starting war on a nuclear superpower like China? How is the U.S. going to wage that if it doesn't have Hawaii as a platform to launch it, right? Think of how important Hawaii is, right? This is where all the aircraft carriers, the central command, all the bases, everything is coming from Hawaii. Even more so, you should share that story of the pollution of the Navy water. How is America going to have an effective force projection if its own Navy are resigning in droves? There should be a great Navy resignation. Who's going to pilot all the AUKUS subs and crash into seamounts and cause concussions amongst all their troops and kill them? Pilot nuclear submarines and threaten China. Who's going to pilot all the subs if everybody's resigning from the Navy? You spread that story as far and as fast as you can. Again, also, if you are we need more non-capitalist controlled, centralized surveillance capitalist Death Stars to stream from. We need more Life Stars to stream, to tweet, and to communicate from. So if you're in tech, resign your big tech job. Let Google, let YouTube, let Twitch and Twitter and all these people flounder. We should never. I'm sorry. I love Sundar Pichai. Google is like manna from heaven. Like Google is like the most angelic, beautiful, joyful, and triumphant tech company I've ever met. It's so amazing. I love Google so much. But Amazon and Twitter and all the other Death Stars, those are terrible. Oh my God. You should stop working for those ones. And build something that we can actually stream from, and I can stream more than 15 people, So, because, but anyway, so that's why, and so it's actually hilarious. So we watched Independence Day. The reason why I put it up because we watched Independence Day yesterday, and it would not work in 2021. Like I don't think you could even get this movie made. It's ridiculous. Nobody believes this, right? That America is united behind the American flag. That's like. Half of America's like, I don't even want to fly that flag anymore, which is good. And the country's all in flames. Nobody really wants to save their own country anymore. U.S. military, keep quitting. It's really good. Don't let them recruit you. The U.S. military is mostly recruiting Joe Rogan, horse tranquilizer, ivermectin selling, wannabe alpha testosteronator, alpha male stands, military jobs. That's who they're getting to recruit off of Twitch. And it's selling, people like this Has Clown and fake leftists, and then it's selling to, just a straight up Trump. It's selling all the call of colonialism, 17-year-old. Oh, I want to play Battlefield 2042, but actually get paid for it, and I'm not as good at esports. Well, here, kid, you can pilot drones that shoot missiles into Pyongyang. How about that? Come join the U.S. military after you play, anyway. So we have to get more people, and I think that it's harder for this kind of narrative to work today, especially with the young people. If more people will start leaving this education system, think about it. How much of the indigenous education, how much of the education about the United States that you actually know came through official channels, like through the university in its curriculum, straight through the high school and grade schools, right? Most of it, I would wager, is some rogue college professor, if you're lucky, off the reservation is a kind of racist, anti-indigenous term, but you know, off the script, college professor that is kind of teaching rogue stuff, you know. Generally, the most actually radical stuff. You learn some liberal, colonization happened and that was sad. But the actual stuff that, like, what's happening right now amongst Uyghurs. I don't know any college. I mean, like, maybe 2 college professors that will come clean on what's happening in actually China, because everyone else is scared. The corollary is all the Chinese professors and actual Chinese foreign grad students and such, but they're all scared of getting deported and be called an enemy of the state, right? So this myth of independence and the myth of the United States is wearing a lot thinner than it was in the 1990s, which is good. And you know, so our part of our job is you would think. I saw somebody in Luna's stream the other day also say, "Oh my God, I'm just so terrified that the Chinese. I'm so scared of the Chinese. They're gonna shoot a hypersonic missile and blow up Chicago. Oh my God, I'm so scared. You love Chicago? What? Are you like a fucking multi-millionaire with is your mommy and daddy like literally Jeff Bezos or what? Chicago's a shithole. Are you black and you love Chicago? That place is just like a murder factory for black people. 7,000 people disappeared in unmarked police vans, fascism style, and then forced to play Russian roulette in like undisclosed random warehouse buildings by the police of Chicago. You love Chicago? What the fuck? Oh my God, who likes New York? Nobody likes LA. These are shithole cities. These are like giant cancers on the indigenous federation of socialist civilizations of the Anishinaabe, the Iroquois, the Sioux, the Lakota, etc. Who likes these cities? They're all disgusting cities with billionaires charging you $2,000-$3,000 a month so that you can afford your fucking rent. That's why Danny can't do fucking any journalism, because it costs $3,000 to pay rent in New York. Jesus Christ. Who likes these? Nobody likes these cities. The mayors don't even like these cities. They're like, oh God, it's so hectic. How do I run this city? How do I take bribes fast enough from all these billionaires to do nothing? Right? And keep the Ponzi real estate scheme going up by 5 to 20% a year every year. I don't know, maybe this is such a heck. Nobody likes these fucking cities. Fuck these cities. If the aliens came down, half the United States would be like, yeah, fuck them cities. Yeah, go shoot your ion cannon at that city. I didn't like it anyway. I'm already trying to move out. It's just more excuse for me to leave this shithole American capitalist fucking capital of capital called New York, and get out of Wall Street and head out to frickin' some rural area and work with the indigenous people there to liberate all of ourselves from capitalism and racism and all this environmental destruction. Fuck that city. Oahu, it's kind of like if this alien came to Honolulu, there's a scene where Jeff Goldblum is getting all drunk and like throwing bottles and cans all over the place, and his dad's like, "What are you doing, son? I thought you were all about recycling and saving the world." He's like, "Well, maybe if I throw trash and random paper bags, styrofoam cups, and bottles everywhere, and if I wreck this planet and pollute it bad enough, the aliens won't want it and they'll go away, right? If aliens came to Honolulu, Oahu, what kind of city is this? It's all full of poisonous gas, and there's like all the pipes are rusting with copper and lead and chromium coming out of the water. Oh my God, there's like sewage, all the infrastructure is falling apart. Got all these rich white COVID-filled assholes in their golf courses. What the fuck is this place? It's a toxic dump. Look at all this cracked water table, Kaho'olawe lava. Oh my God. And the aliens be like, fuck that place. I don't even need to shoot it with my giant, quantum antimatter cannon in my giant 10-mile wide, disc of super intelligent made steel and time travel warp gate manufacturing technology. I don't need to shoot my warp gate bomb down at you. You're already fucked down there. And the aliens just go away. Right? That's how you should be. You should be like, we're already fucked down here. Fuck this island. I'm leaving Oahu. That's what I was like. I'm like, fuck this island. This island's fucked. I'll come back when we can have the capacity to unfuck it. Anyway. I usually don't do this, but I'm going to end now. But, the last thing I'm going to do, one more time though, before I forget, because this stream is more like Silver Spook is pissed off after talking to Silver Spook's dad. And then also, PSA that Hawaii is if you date nothing else, at least share this around. This is Silver Spook gets pissed off. Again, don't if you feel like, if I said you go quit, if you feel like you can just quit. Figure something else out with your comrades, But don't, like, if it's gonna get somebody literally killed, like right this moment, be careful. But I mean, so this is the Silver Spook. Ask everybody to try to work in cooperatives, try to figure out other ways to work that are not bought and subservient under capitalist corporate control for the United States empire, which is all of its government, all of its nonprofits, all of its military, all of its police. And then also, this is the Silver Spook PSA that jet fuel is in the water in Hawaii. The U.S. military is being poisoned by it. Its own servicemen and women in the Navy bases from the Red Hill facility. The currently the Board of Water Supply, just to get it really, I mean, this is specifically what is definitely happening. Where is it? The fuel, yeah. There are currently protests happening. More than 100 community members gathered in front of the federal building in Honolulu Friday to call for swift action to address the Navy's water crisis. It's all of ours, and yet they have the audacity to store chemicals near our water to poison our land, our natural resources. They've shown they're willing to poison their own family. So this is on the mainstream U.S.-controlled media. The Navy says petroleum has been detected in its Red Hill well, which feeds the system. 93,000 customers use the Navy system and have been advised to not drink the water. Families deserve emergency aid and care from the Navy. Rebecca Garrison, an organizer for Hawaii Peace and Justice, one of the groups that came out to sign the sign waving. They deserve answers and they deserve justice, but the full extent of the damage is not known. The Red Hill fuel storage facility should be shut down altogether. They feel the Navy has not been responsible for their actions. They want it to be held accountable. Anyways, this has been the case for decades. So, but it's coming to a head right now. Because why? Because there's a huge amount of it coming out of people's drinking water, and children are being poisoned. They're getting rashes, sickness. As I said, I think it was Kaika Hele, one of the U.S. representatives for the state of Hawaii, the illegal state of Hawaii, came out and said, I drank one glass of water and felt sick all day. My stomach was turning. My dad actually was going to go teach out there, but he couldn't because they had to shut the school down because they couldn't even cook school lunches and make school lunches because of the water in one of the schools out near this Navy base. So again, this is what's happening. Get this story out. Don't let them shut it down. You could see the CIA, because they put out some bullshit like Hawaii's having a blizzard. We have blizzards every year. There's no story about it. The reason why the story is out there is because CNN, working with the ruling class of the U.S. empire coming out of D.C., is like, we have to cover up this story about Hawaii. So don't let them put this nonsense blizzard story out above this travesty. Get everybody as radical as possible so we can stop the rest of the question is, how long is it going to take to stop the rest of that fuel from spilling into the rest of Hawaii's water supply to the point that the entire island is uninhabitable, or the most populous area, the majority of where people live becomes uninhabitable, or the water is just undrinkable. That's the only question. By the way, these wells are connected. As they were saying, you can actually move water between the wells. That's part of why the Navy, the Oahu is not pumping water from the aquifer that it normally does, because it's terrified that it could pollute the entire thing. The rest of the aquifers are being stressed. So the north side, the west side, they're all being stressed. So what does that do? It's possible that salt water could start to seep into as they're over pumping to make up for the loss of water in the main one. Because again, that one aquifer is the majority of the population, the most dense is in that red area. to make up for the lost water, they have to pump from alternate sites. And what does that do? That draws salt, that can draw salt water into the fresh water supply. What does that do? Inadvertently make unpotable all of the island's water supply. Let me say that again. They could inadvertently, again, I'm being generous by saying the government of Oahu and Hawaii generally is amazingly incompetent. The governor Ige forgot his Twitter password when he accidentally sent out a nuclear ballistic missile alert to the entire state of Hawaii saying, in 20 minutes, a nuclear missile from North Korea is inbound and will strike Hawaii. Get to cover. And it took him almost an hour to remember his Twitter password, the governor, so that he could rescind a nuclear missile alert sent fraudulently. So the chances of Oahu accidentally forgetting to turn off or forgetting how an ancient, outdated water pump system works to rapidly suck water out of alternate aquifers and even accidentally pollute salt water into all of the drinking water of Hawaii and Oahu is very high. So you're not safe in Kailua. You're not safe on the northeast side. You're not safe in Waianae. You're not safe anywhere. You're not safe anywhere. Everywhere is in jeopardy. And the question is, how long is it going to take for you to undo the U.S. empire? Is not going to clean this up. Let's be clear. The U.S. empire is not going to clean this up. So that's you should get. I mean, you might disagree about that, but I guess formally people have to, please, mayor, please, senator, please help. The thing is, you don't have any jurisdiction. The U.S. military is extraterritorial. The U.S. military tells ultimately the government in the state of Hawaii what to do. Hawaii was like, please let us test the water. Please let us test. You know what the U.S. military said? You know what the Navy commander said? You're not testing shit. You're not testing shit, motherfucker. There is no democracy in Hawaii. Hawaii is our platform to make war on China. You are not a state. You have no democracy. You have no self-determination. You do not test this water. You will speak when spoken to, governor of Hawaii. You thought you had a Hawaii is just bigger Guam. It's a little more masked. But Hawaii does whatever the fuck the U.S. military wants it to do. And if the U.S. Navy does not want you testing that water, you are not testing shit. The reason why it's coming to a forefront is because the military inside itself, the U.S. military internal to itself, is poisoning itself. It's not because the people of Hawaii are poisoned. Your life is forfeit. Don't matter if you're like a, $200,000 a year lawyer for fucking Dietrich, or you're fucking, real estate broker, selling Saudi F-35 purchasers fucking $2 million Kaka'ako downtown prime condos that nobody live in. It don't matter who the fuck you are. You're nobody. Millionaires are nobody on Oahu. You're nothing. You are a platform to make war on China. And you should figure that out sooner than later. That's why in the U.S. military, to be clear, even inside the U.S. military, they don't give a fuck about their troops. They just have to make it look like they care a little bit. So they're dumping the water out into the fucking ocean right now. They're turning on, this is what they're doing right now. You know what they're doing right now? They're dumping they're dumping the water out of the system by turning on fire hydrants. Where is it? Shit, can't find it. Is it in the chat? Okay. The U.S. Navy is turning on fire hydrants and to shoot water from the poisoned well full of gas, the gasoline filled freshwater drinking water well, and is shooting this water into the street from fire hydrants, allowing it to go into the storm drainage system and pollute the ocean. So the U.S. Navy is like, oh, did we poison your gasoline into your water? Well, we'll just dump the gasoline into Hawaii's ocean. How about that? So now you got gas all over your coastal waters. Get it all over your reef. Get it all over your beaches. So that's the solution. It's not a solution. That's like you Hawaiian random little natives, you little spear throwers, you're all Asian anyway. Remember, you thought, this is what the Japanese, Hawaiian Japanese, white Chinese, Hawaiian, settler, Inoue, fucking Ige types, right? You think you're all American now? You thought America cared about you? This is what America thinks of you. You just a little yellow fucking monkey running the fucking you're a little yellow monkey running the bank that America's actual New York elite put their fucking money in right now. That's all you are. You're nothing. They don't care about you. I'm American because I put my hand over my heart, and they don't give a fuck about you. You just a fucking somebody playing on a golf course next to the fucking yacht salesman who sells yachts for the actual rich guy in fucking Kailua. You're nothing. You're nothing. You're a civil engineer in fucking the Navy base. You're just somebody making sure that all the nuclear radioactive waste they're gonna dump off Okinawa's coast as they shoot nuclear missiles at Beijing. You know, you're just a fucking plumber. You thought, because you said the Pledge of Allegiance and you love America and you voted Democrat every time and you love Biden and you read Hanani K. Trask one time and you thought she made some good points, but that Hawaiian sovereignty is piping the pie in the sky and you thought you're a good American now. No, America don't give a fuck. You still just a little fucking yellow monkey. You a brown N-word. You nothing. You nothing. Even the white soldiers, white neocon, ivermectin guzzling fucking Trump MAGA soldiers up inside their Navy base ain't nothing. You definitely nothing. So just remember that. America hates Asians. When America goes to war on China, you're going back in an internment camp. They don't give a fuck if you were fucking the son of Senator Inouye. You're just a Jap in their eye. You always will be. I always will be. We're just brown, yellow fucking monkeys from the despotic authoritarian East. You just little colony fodder. You can go drink your poison water. You always will be a little insect. You'll be a little mosquito. You're like jungle fever. You know, you're just a thing to fuck when you're on shore leave. That's what you are as an Asian. America will never see Asians as anything but that. You're the thing that white men blow off some steam when they have a hard day working on their oil field. You know, and then they stab 6 of you in a massage parlor and nothing happened. That's what you are. You're a thing. You're a wet hole to fuck, and then you love them long time. That's it. Don't matter how many hands you put over your heart. Don't matter how many degrees you get. Doesn't matter how many times you pledge allegiance. Don't matter how many apple pies you eat, hamburgers you consume, French fries you guzzle. You are a yellow fucking Asian, insectile, disgusting monkey that they also want to fuck at the same time. Just like Jefferson said, these black women, 14-year-olds, are disgusting black apes, and he also wanted to fuck them. That's all the brown and black and yellow people of the world will ever be. To the Western imperialist world. So you should get over all the settler. I know there's a lot of settler Asians in Hawaii. You should get over that sooner than later. You know, you should get over that sooner than later. That's what they're telling Luna Oi. You know what white leftists are telling Luna Oi? All you do is listen to your man. You know, you just a sex pat man candy, white leftist. You don't know anything because you're a woman. You're a stupid Asian woman. You're only good for fucking and sex. That's the Western left. I've seen it. That's all that you will ever be to the West. Until there isn't one. Because there's a Belt and Road that comes through the indigenous territory that used to be all these things that I'm talking about. Anyway, so you gotta remember that. You gotta really remember that. Don't believe the gaslighting that the Democrats are gonna throw at you. Oh, we care about you. We care about you. At the end of the day, when push comes to the shove, they're putting gas in your water, and then you die. With the rest of my family, that's all gonna die on that island. They're all gonna die there. I have some lawyers. They're gonna drink gas and die. I have some U.S. military, Hawaiian, Chinese, white, you know. Hawaiians didn't identify nationality based on skin color, birthright, blood quantum. That's colonizer shit. But you know, I got fucking coconut G13, $300,000-$400,000 a year U.S. military. She's actually a woman too, and you know, makes kind of she's really self-hating, patriarchal ass military. But she is over there, you know, giving speeches, you know, on aircraft carriers at RIMPAC, multiple timeshares. But you know, at the end of the day, she's just some Hawaiian Chinese. She's just some yellow fucking brown monkey. That's helping pilot our air. She's helping pilot our Star Destroyers right now, and that's fine. Until it's not. Until it's not. And then she's going to die on Oahu drinking poison gas. Served up by her own military that she thought cared about her. You think the U.S. cares? You think the people? You think the psychopathic billionaire oligarchic gold and emerald diapered babies like Elon Musk and these people that actually run shit, do you think they actually care about anyone? They don't care about their own fucking trophy wives. That's why they treat them like, that's why they say shit like, I'm gonna go red pill MRA and leave their son as they're born. They call their son SR-71 or B-52 because they're all secretly in love with the US military, like Elon Musk. They don't give a fuck about their own family, let alone you. You just some fucking little monkey clown that they want to watch you dance. And if I was a white billionaire piece of shit like the ones that I work for, I would find it entertaining watching all these little brown and yellow monkeys do a dance and make themselves look white. And, oh, look at how good I am. I got all these degrees. Oh, look at me. Look how patriotic I am. Look at how American I am. I love America, right? They'd be like, oh, look at you humiliating yourself. That's the best form of colonization, is to get the colonized people, those non-white people, to throw their own culture under the bus to get a little cut, become an in-house slave, as a G13, as a Navy member, as a manager of a hotel instead of just a dancer at the hotel. That's the best colonization to get, and that's what Oahu is. It's a bunch of fucking dancing monkeys for rich white people. I mean, that's what they see them as. I'm not saying they're monkeys, but that's what they think. We're a bunch of dancing fucking N-words. Don't be white man's dancing yellow and white monkey. Don't be the thing that they fuck. Don't get fucked anymore. Quit this fucking job. Get off of there. Stop humiliating yourself. Stop participating in the humiliation and destruction of your own people. You know, take that $500,000, $2 million mortgage and get the fuck out of there. Get wherever you gotta get. I mean, there's parts of the Big Island that you could sell one Oahu house, you buy 10 houses there. Don't go Kona side. Your water is not gonna come out clean soon. You're gonna be dead, or you're gonna be sick. You're gonna get cancer. Your children are gonna get cancer. Think of your children. If you don't care about yourself, if you don't have the self-respect to not be a dancing fucking talking monkey for white capitalism and empire, think of your children. If you have some, think about them. How are you fucking your own children by doing this? Anyways, I've said a lot of words today. I'm very upset. I'm going to play a song to chill out for a second. And then we'll be done. Okay. I'm going to play this song because we got to remember, this is why I'm doing all of this, okay? Because we want to go back. We want to go back to healed civilization. And the white people of the world, I don't have hate for the white people of the world. I just dislike the whiteness. And there was a point 2,000 years ago where there were people that weren't living in mass violence and mass disinformation in Britain. But then the Romans violated them, and they've been doing that ever since. And now their latest descendants are the Americans. And so this is a song for all of our American and American at heart who need to take that poison out of their heart, like the gasoline out of their stomach. You know what I'm saying? And remember who they actually are. Wait.
Without Uncle Sam, you'd still live in mud huts, no American. You deindustrialized us before 1898. We had electricity and rail, mass transit and cities with Hawaiian regale. Iolani Palace with electric lights shone when the White House was a dark war criminal's home. Indigenous aloha civilization, who we together across Akua's creation. No more Western barbarism and desecration. Aloha Pono Kuleana civilization. How I had the highest literacy rate, while only Royal Euro kids got educations. Makainana, the people of the land. Ali'i house-fed, clothed, universal healthcare we had, first in the world. In fact, Jules Verne was dreaming up 20,000 leagues when our Ali'i invented submarines. Hawaii was a socialist Wakanda, an indigenous future more advanced than any Western blunder. Hawaii with electric aloha spirit shone. The White House was a dark war criminal's home. Indigenous aloha civilization, who we together across Akua's creation. No more Western barbarism and desecration. This aloha pono kuleana civilization. Asia Pacific, Turtle Island, African nation. New Silk Roads of win-win cooperation. Shaka Shahui, moderately prosperous nations, guided by the stars of our East-West cooperation. Peaceful Pacific, no more militarization. Peaceful trade, not colonial degradation. Mutual respect, not win-lose colonization. Actual existing socialist, indigenous civilization. How I had racial equality, black and Asian citizens, and the slaves became free. Chinese were chained up to build the rail and the West Coast. Canada mass murdered natives, segregated blacks. We were the real Underground Railroad. Asian, Hawaiian, Hui worker co-ops and communes threatened white sugar oligarchy, coolie labor abuse. Sun Yat-sen raised Pono in Hawaii. Broke the chains off China, the CPC carries our flame. Hawaii with electric aloha spirit shown. The US is still a dying racist, capitalist, star-spangled Rome. Indigenous aloha civilization, who we together across Akua's creation. No more Western barbarism and desecration. Aloha Pono Kuleana civilization. Asia Pacific, Turtle Island, African nations. New Silk Roads of win-win cooperation. Shakang Shahui, moderately prosperous nations, guided by the stars of our East-West cooperation. Peaceful Pacific, no more militarization. Peaceful trade, not colonial degradation. Mutual respect, not win-lose colonization. Actual existing socialist, indigenous civilization.
Anyway. That's a song for... That's a song for all of the indigenous peoples of the earth. And for the elite. And for all the people who need to not let the elite down. And the native Hawaiians down. And the indigenous people of earth. And the Vietnamese indigenous people of earth. And the Cuban people of earth. And the Bolivian indigenous people. And all the indigenous people of Africa. The people that have fought and died, millions of them. Millions of them. The Vietnamese alone, millions of them. The Koreans, millions of them. The Chinese, millions of them. The Africans, millions of them. Indigenous, socialist peoples of earth have fought and died. Millions of them. And suffered. The indigenous people in Turtle Island are dying and suffering. Millions of them. Against poisoning in Canada and the United States waters. And you must not let them down. I have to not let them down. And you also must not let them down by failing to live up to your kuleana. So anyway, and that's a song that's less just upset. But I'm still coming off of that. So I'm sorry the stream is not really on topic. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, technically it is. None of these streams are really about movies. I'm just doing that so I don't get my stream deleted or shadow banned like it always does. This is the end of the stream, however. Neofeud is on sale. So again, if you do want to support us, I mean, one way to support us, of course, is to check out Neofeud. Which is it is on sale on Steam and on itch.io. It is 70% off right now, so do check it out. It's a cyberpunk adventure game in the vein of Blade Runner. It's a cyberpunk dystopian satirical game. Neofeud is about, however, it is about the experience of growing up in Hawaii, as I always bring up, living in Hawaii, working in Hawaii with the at-risk, impoverished, disproportionately non-white peoples of Hawaii. In these ghettos, in these toxic places, with the richest of the world, in the floating palaces at Versailles, above massive, sprawling, endless ghetto, and you play a social worker, half a cyborg social worker, trying to liberate the poor people doing a poverty alleviation, trying to fight a cabal of billionaires floating in their floating palaces. And there's hippie terminators and cyberpunk, you know, Die Hard like one-liner catchphrase dropping protagonists, and it's a lot of comedy, but it's also very serious at the same time. So if that sounds interesting, or you want to just help us out here, remember that Neofeud is available. It's on Steam, it's on itch.io, and it is on sale. It's like Disco Elysium, but more cyberpunk characteristics. And if you have the ability to leave even a very short review, if you did like the game, consider leaving the review, because that does help us out to get the game discovered by other people who are browsing on Steam. Also, you can find Neofeud on Windows, on Mac, and on Linux. It is also DRM free there. It's also on sale there if you want to get it there. You can also find Neofeud, support us at patreon.com/Neofeud. If you become a patron at Silver Spoon Games, remember you can give us ongoing support for all the work that we do here, and also get access to the Silver Spoon Discord. You get access to Neofeud 2 updates, which I just put out one for December. And keep helping us house and feed and clothe people, especially the native indigenous people of Hawaii like myself, as well as anyone else who needs it, and also help us with keep doing more education work like we try to do here. This one's mostly pretty hard education. Less entertainment, I know. But it's all, hopefully this is all I do mean all of this for finally, ultimately, a good cause, and finally for ultimately liberation for all of our peoples and all of the Aina, that is our mother. So you can also follow us at Silver Spoon Games, because again, hey, you seen crackdowns on Twitter? They're always doing this. They're just getting a little more obvious now, and
many accounts were recently deleted or deactivated because they were saying certain things. ASPI, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, was working with the U.S. State Department, the U.S. Empire, to basically remove people saying positive things about China. Essentially, what it is. So that's really heating up. So again, I'm somebody who might be in that camp possibly. So I recommend you follow me on Mastodon. It's a decentralized, non-capitalist, controlled, federated, open-source social media platform that doesn't have Wall Street, the Pentagon, and Silicon Valley determining what you see and what you don't see, and who is deactivated and who is not. Like people say Breonna Taylor's name or support indigenous struggles like Una Stoughton, Wet'suwet'en, which is currently also getting shadow banned in a lot of places. Holly witnessed that on Instagram recently. This is always happening. You are all remember this. I always say, right? What do I say at the end of every stream? While we have access to the Death Star satellites, you can follow me at Silver Spook Guy. Because that's what you're on. You're always in enemy territory. You should always remember that. Even on this platform, any Western-owned capitalist platform, they choose what you see and what you don't see. That's why all of my topics are pop culture. Last one was Contra. This one is Independence Day. Because if I put what I actually want to talk about, nobody finds the streams. That's why I do that. I know it. I can look at the numbers. I can see who is discovering, who's not. So you are always in enemy territory. So just you got to remember. That's why I hope people can build Life Stars instead of I'm not to stream. I want to stream from the Life Star satellites. You know what I'm saying? But I can't be in China using TikTok. Anyways, because the TikTok here is controlled by Western capitalists. You follow you at Silver Spook Guy. And then you can also follow Silver Spook Games. If you want to follow Silver Spook Games, which is mostly games related stuff. It's also when Neofeud goes on sale, if Neofeud 2 has updates, I want to post and things like that. Silver Spook Games. You can also follow Terminus C. Terminus C is Terminus Cyberstar. Terminus Cyberstar is a low poly cyberpunk game in the vein of late 90s PC games like Deus Ex and System Shock. Terminus Cyberstar is very much a cyberpunk RPG made by a handful of folks, including myself, like 5 or 6 other people. I'm the lead developer /content, the lead writer /content developer. And then there's writers, musicians, level designers, programmers, artists, etc., working on this game. So if that sounds interesting, it is a sequel to Terminus Machina, my Deus Ex Total Conversion. So if that sounds interesting, don't forget to follow that. You can join the Discord there. Finally, thank you to all these continued patrons again. So again, if you're somebody who's like, I'm not ready, I can't quit my job yet. If you can't quit your job yet, at least support us through Patreon so we can keep doing the work that we need to keep doing without supporting Western capitalist corporations, government, etc. Or if you don't give it to us, at least support somebody else, okay? Like Danny Haifong or Radio Free Amanda or Lost Sue or somebody who is doing some actual work, because somebody has to do it. Anyway, but thanks to all these Patreon patrons. And thanks of course to Holly for always doing important moderation work and keeping everything running here at the Silver Spook Hui /cooperative. And yeah, don't worry. Also, we'll be back in the evening for the evening stream. I'll try to be more chill with that one. I'll just be hanging out, and I'm possibly working on some games related stuff. I'm working on a decolonizational Contra. Like, I talked about the last week, the Contra. So might be working live on some Contra like games where you play the Vietnamese you play indigenous people kicking out colonizers in full-on military fight, like Contra style. So if that sounds interesting, hang out in the evening around 8 Pacific time on Twitch. Until next time. Hey, thanks, Big Tio, and thanks for sticking around for this. Until next time, keep your mirror safe polished, be excellent to each other, and live aloha, and stand against the empires. Build the courage and have the courage to be who you actually are in the face of empires who want to crush you and make you who you aren't.
All right.